All right, team in the back, we're going to start in 25 seconds. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Orange County School Board's work session, which has been scheduled for today, Tuesday, April 28th, 2026, for the purpose of discussing board budget priorities, charter application for Achieve Point Virtual Academy, NOF, policy JICK threats, and policy IJNDC, appropriate use of electronic resources. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. Thank you. The public will not have an opportunity to provide public input today because it's not a regularly scheduled meeting and there'll be no action taken. Again, thank you for joining us. Quick roll call. We have Member Byrd here, Member Ferrant, Member Douglas, Member Vanos, Member Gallo, and Member Felder, I believe. And Member Salamanca, our Vice Chair. It will be joining us telephonically, and Member Byrd will be acting Vice Chair for this meeting. Let me check real quickly. Member Salamanca, are you on the line at this point?
I am, Chair.
Great, thank you. As a reminder, board members will not be engaging in outside electronic or digital communication during the meeting so that we can focus our attention on the matters before us. To my fellow board members and district staff, when speaking, please make sure your microphone is turned on and speak directly into it so our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear you clearly. Again, thank you so much for participating or attending today's meeting. We will now pause for a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, wonderful progress. Dr. Vasquez, I will turn the meeting over to you at this moment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We want to welcome all of our visitors to today's work session. We are going to begin with our budget priorities work session, where we will begin by outlining the 3% cuts that took place at the district level, and then our budget team will proceed into the current status, where we are as it relates to insurance. We also do not have a budget from the state, so that limits us somewhat. I do want to alert the board that the positions that you may see actually are fluctuating almost daily, because we may have someone that has alerted us that they're retiring. And so some of those numbers are moving around. So what you will see in the presentation that Doreen will begin and the chiefs will be presenting, I want to clarify, is as of today. That may change. Additionally, I want to clarify that as we looked at the cuts at the district level, some positions needed to be reclassified in order to help absorb the work of those that were being eliminated. And so what the chiefs are presenting are simply the number of positions that have been eliminated and have not been used to upgrade or reclassify. So the number of positions that we cut in total may be higher than what you are seeing here, but they may have been incorporated into a position that was upgraded, and so we did not include those in the presentation. We wanted to be transparent so that everyone understood that those positions that you see are being eliminated have truly been eliminated. The total dollar amount that each division presents does incorporate all of the positions and any reclassifications or transfers that may take place. So as we proceed, we'd be happy to answer any questions. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Doreen Cocolino.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Good morning, Chair Jacobs, board members, and Superintendent Vasquez. This presentation outlines our shared responsibility to the long-term fiscal stability of Orange County Public Schools while preserving the core vision of our district, which is to ensure every student graduates prepared and inspired for a thriving future. As part of our board budget priorities presentation, each of our deputies and chiefs will provide you an overview of their division reductions. Following this portion of the presentation, we will move into the budgetary overview and landscape.
Reduction resulted in a total savings of $3.4 million in the general fund, which includes a 3% return and $2.7 million in grant funds. To achieve these reductions, 64 positions were eliminated across curriculum and digital learning, multilingual services, federal programs, and student services. While positions and services have been reduced or restructured, the Chief Academic Office remains focused on maintaining a strong student-centered approach to academic support, excellence, and overall student well-being.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The Chief Schools Office eliminated 10 positions. This includes 4 positions from the general fund totaling $653,942, which encompasses a 3% return, and 6 positions from grants totaling $436,926. Collectively, these changes result in approximately $1.1 million in savings. Through revised delivery models, strategic use of existing resources, and ongoing collaboration across multiple departments, the Chief Schools Office will continue to provide high-quality, responsive support to schools.
Good morning. The Exceptional Student Education ESE Office implemented a required 3% reduction to its general budget, resulting in a total decrease of $121,053. To meet this target, the department conducted a careful review of its staffing structure and operational needs. After evaluating available options, the decision was made to eliminate 2 positions. School cadre offices. The school cadre office's 3% budget reduction totaled $668,270 from our general funds and $211,811 in grant funds. To meet this target, 4 general fund positions and 2 grant fund positions were eliminated. Remaining cadre staff will absorb responsibilities to continue providing essential support and oversight to our schools. This slide shows the total federal and general fund reductions across the Division of Learning, which includes, as mentioned previously, the Chief Academic Office, the Chief Schools Office, Exceptional Student Education, and our cadres. Following a comprehensive review of the Division of Learning's budget, we made strategic adjustments to personnel and program alignment, including the elimination of select positions and the reallocation of resources. These actions were necessary to support the long-term sustainability of our programs while remaining responsive to student needs and the expectations of our community. These decisions were not made lightly. They reflect a careful balance of fiscal responsibility, instructional priorities, and our continued commitment to providing strong, consistent support to our schools. As part of this work, we streamlined the Division of Learning staffing model, we strengthened systems, and improved efficiencies to ensure continuity of services and responsible stewardship of public funds. This approach positions the Division of Learning to remain focused, aligned, and effective moving forward while continuing to prioritize student learning and organizational effectiveness.
The Chief of Staff Division's budget reduction was $415,581. This was achieved by eliminating 4 general fund positions between the professional standards and human resources departments. The same reduction in federal program, to achieve reduction in federal programs, we eliminated 1 position in the recruitment and evaluation department. Each department will assume the job duties and responsibilities of the positions eliminated.
Good morning. The Communications Division 3% reduction amounted to $148,396. To achieve this target, we eliminated 1 general funded position within video services and cut discretionary funds from public relations, video services, and the Office of Communications by a total of $25,651. The Video Services Department will assume the job duties and responsibilities of the position eliminated in order to provide continued school and district support.
Good morning. The District General Counsel 3% budget cut amounted to $84,873. To achieve this target, we eliminated 1 general fund position. Other staff will assume the job duties and responsibilities of the position eliminated.
Good morning. The Division of School Board Executive Services 3% budget cut amounted to $202,162. To achieve this target, 2 positions were eliminated, and the board's discretionary funds were reduced by 3%. Each department will assume the job duties and responsibilities of the positions eliminated.
The Fiscal Services Division's 3% budget reduction totaled $289,054 in general funds. To meet this target, a total of 4 general fund positions were eliminated across the Office of Management and Budget, Accounts Payable, and Payroll. Each department will redistribute the duties and responsibilities of eliminated positions while continuing to ensure payroll accuracy, financial compliance, and fiscal accountability.
Good morning. The Information Technology Systems Division 3% budget reduction totaled $488,739 in general funds. To achieve this reduction, 6 general funded positions were eliminated across infrastructure, business systems, and customer care. Although capacity is reduced, remaining staff will assume responsibilities for critical systems, prioritizing enterprise operations, instructional technology stability, and customer impacting services.
Good morning. The Office of Strategy and Infrastructure currently comprised of facilities design and construction, maintenance and custodial, real estate and planning, procurement, assessment, accountability, research, strategic improvement, and stakeholder feedback, had a 3% budget reduction of $2,194,994 in general funds and $266,015 in grant funds. To meet this target, a net total of 54 positions were eliminated, and programs for pressure washing, gym floor resurfacing, and landscape refresh have been discontinued. Intentional focus remains on ensuring we procure goods and services to support students and staff in a timely manner, provide clean learning and working environments, repair and prevent maintenance items in our facilities, effectively manage our land assets, optimize space, further the impact of the OCPS 2030 strategic plan, and garner stakeholder feedback that will drive continuous improvement efforts.
Good morning. The Operation Division 3% budget reduction totaled approximately $2.8 million. To meet this objective, 16 positions were eliminated across the district police, transportation services, and safety and emergency management departments, resulting in savings of more than $1.2 million. Each department will reprioritize duties, responsibilities associated with the eliminated positions while maintaining mandates and core operational requirements. The remaining reduction of more than $1.6 million was achieved through targeted operational budget adjustments, including reduction in consultant services, training, applications, supplies, fuel, and fleet maintenance. While some of these changes may affect service levels or response times, adherence to mandates remains a priority, and the division will continue to ensure the safety and security of students and staff. Now I'll hand it over back to our fiscal team.
And now we'll begin the board budget priorities presentation.
Madam, let's pause for questions.
Member Gallo, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have a couple of questions. Do we have a total amount from all the departments? What was the total amount cut, the total cost amount?
I believe we can get that for you. The total amount.
That was cut. I mean, I guess I could go back and add them up. I just didn't know if we had them like a total listed anywhere.
The 3% amounted to approximately $8.3 million, but the general fund reductions that were reflected here total approximately $11.5 million.
So can you explain the difference between the cuts and then the general fund?
Excuse me?
So you just said that 8.1 million was cut.
8.3 was the target 3%, but a number of our divisions actually cut more than was required.
Okay, so the total is 11 million, not 8 million.
The total of those slides is 11.5 million.
Thank you.
At my last count, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then it's probably more for like teaching and learning, but do we know how many positions were cut, were paid for by the district, but were actually school-based positions?
All of the positions that are reflected here are all district level positions. We did not include any positions that were funded at the school level. So for example, SAFE coordinators not included in this.
But the SAFE coordinators were paid for from the school budget, correct? Not the district budget?
SAFE coordinators are paid for from the SAFE allocation.
The SAFE school, okay, thank you. And then, because like staffing coordinators are district positions, correct? Aren't they paid for by the district but housed at the school, or is that not correct?
So last year, we centralized all of the staffing specialists. I'm looking for Wendy or Jose to make sure, at the elementary level. And so that helped us provide better service and better coverage for schools that maybe had a higher need for those services from the staffing specialists. We also have staffing specialists at the district level that help schools and maybe work with some of our private schools. So there's two buckets.
Okay, were any of those positions cut? Do we know?
No.
Okay. I have a few more questions. I don't think we have this information yet, but like just a breakdown on the exact positions that were eliminated and how many of those positions that were eliminated were currently unfilled.
We will get that information too. We're still compiling it, but from my last review, the vast majority of the positions, or I should say over half of the positions were vacant. We recognized December that we were probably going to face another challenging fiscal year, and so I directed staff to not fill positions that were not essential.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. And then the grants. There was quite a few grant-funded positions that were reduced. Do we know which grants those were? Like, are those Title I grants, Title II grants? Like, what grants were the positions that were mostly cut?
I'll let the Chief Academic Officer respond to that.
Good morning. So we experienced a reduction in our Title I grant, Title II, as well as Title IV.
Okay, so those are predominantly the 3 grants that we reduced allocations from.
Yes, ma'am. And in Title III as well, that was school-based. But Titles I, II, and IV for this presentation.
Okay, thank you. And then the school cadre offices. I know there's been a lot of communication, a lot of news stories out there about the school districts being top heavy with admin. I know that we run a very lean administrative department, but how do we compare to other like large districts? I got an email that asked that, or a post, I forget what it was, that said that Hillsborough has half the amount of administrators than we do here in Orange County.
I can't speak for Hillsborough's numbers. I can tell you that the latest data that we see from DOE, we have the smallest admin cost of any of the large urban districts, and I believe we rank 12th out of the 67 districts.
10th or 12th. I will get that information for you.
12th? Okay, I just think that's important for people to understand that we really are running.
We really are lean, and thank you for pointing that out. The Council of Great City Schools has done some work for us looking at our facilities, procurement. They're now taking a look at HR. And one of the things that I asked them was to please take a look at our ratios and not just within the state of Florida, but nationally to see if we are top heavy and the information that we're receiving is not accurate. And so based on that, we will then come back to the board either affirming that we are lean or that we do have opportunities to cut. Again, when we're looking at cuts to supports at the school level, I take into account the tremendous progress that we have made in various areas. As you know, we have been rated an A school district for 2 years in a row. And I know that's due to the incredibly talented teachers we have in our schools. We have no DNF schools. We, I believe, have about 50 schools that are rated a C. All others are rated an A or a B. And we're looking to also cut that number significantly as the data projects for this year's testing. Additionally, we have been able to put a small dent in chronic absenteeism. And so all of that happens with support from the district. Additionally, we have a budget office. We have facilities. We have procurement. All of those are positions that support the schools and are counted in the admin cost.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. And I just want to give kudos to you and your team for proactively asking the Council of Great City Schools to come in and look at our administration just to ensure that we are where we believe we are, the number 12th, and we are very lean. So I think that was a great proactive step. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Ferrand.
Thank you. Great questions. My question would be, when we ask for a blanketed 3% across all areas, are there areas then that may already be very lean and then we're asking them to do 3%, and then other areas that are a little more top heavy, if you will, and then where they could really use 5% and the other area maybe no percent?
That's a great question. But the chiefs have spent a long time having conversations about the divisions and the supports. And I believe that we made the cuts that were necessary. I will tell you that moving forward, as I suspect, sadly, that this is not the last year that we're going to have to look at how we support our schools in the midst of the finances in the state of Florida. We will then probably have to start to look at a different ratio. For example, and the budget office is going to present this, but there are areas where we have made decisions to fund certain positions or services where there could be a lower alternative. An example would be police officers. We have SROs in every single one of our schools. In our high schools, we have 2. Board is aware that most districts have a combination of SROs and guardians. And so that's just one example of where we will come to the board with alternatives that may not be what we originally wanted, but in lieu of prioritizing what we believe is needed for our students and our staff are not going to be cuts that are consistent across the board.
Okay, that's thank you. I appreciate that. The other question I had, in the beginning you had mentioned that some positions that are not listed here were they were upgraded. What does that mean?
So I'll give a great example, and Dr. Border can clarify. As part of the cuts to his division, he also had to incorporate the centralization of custodial workers. That required that we add positions to help with the supervision of the centralized folks. His 3% incorporates all of that. So at the end of the day, regardless of whether he had to add positions or upgrade a position, maybe there was, and I'm not sure if the terminology is correct, but let's say he had a manager and now this manager is going to have to absorb multiple responsibilities in conjunction with conversations with compensation. That position might have been elevated to a senior manager, but there was still a cost savings.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ferrant. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Gallo asked many of my questions, so thank you. But I just wanted to clarify. So the reductions that we're showing for grant positions, the reason that we are cutting there is because we are not receiving the same amount of money from the federal government that we have in the past, right?
Good morning again. Historically, we have had a role with our grant dollars. This year, our role dollars have been significantly reduced, and so therefore we were required to reduce some of the positions, particularly with Title I dollars as well as Title II.
Okay. And I know you had mentioned those title dollars before, but just wanted to clarify that that is a reduction from the federal government for our education.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay, thank you. I also noticed there are a couple of instances where there's a reduction in programs, but not many. So I'm wondering, so for example, for like the Division of Learning, I know looking at the budget that we have budgeted, I think around 14 million for ed tech. And I'm wondering if any of those programs were looked at to cut there rather than cut personnel.
Yes, so for the past 2 years, our focus has really been to streamline our ed tech programs. For our K-2, if I could speak specifically to literacy, this year we will continue with Lexia. However, with grades 3 through 5, we will not be purchasing a supplemental ed tech program. And so that does yield a reduction for us.
Okay, I don't see that on here.
For our Chief Academic Office, we did not include the reductions in our programming.
Okay. Will we see that at some point?
Yes, we can absolutely provide that.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a follow-up, every year we take a look at usage. The board has echoed comments about people over programs. And so we continue to look at our return on investment with the usage as well as program evaluation, and we will continue to do that. Additionally, the board has had conversation around limiting devices at, let's say, the elementary level. So that is something that is not incorporated into this budget, but it is something that we are already planning what that would look like for the following school year, because that would require our Division of Learning to revisit the materials, the resources. If we don't have the devices, what is going to be the cost of the textbooks? They are not necessarily provided at all of the levels. So that is something that we are planning for in the future.
And I appreciate that. But I do remember having this exact conversation last year at this time about ed tech. And so I wish that we had seen more of sort of what that looks like over this year, because I feel like we all had this conversation last year at this exact time. And I'm curious to know how that budget has decreased over time, or whether it's increased. And again, I'm curious whether usage is the measure by which we should be measuring what ed tech should be in our schools.
May I, Madam Chair?
Of course.
So while the board has had conversations around ed tech, there has been no formal direction to eliminate other than what we have brought forward based on return on investment and on the usage. For the last 3 years, we have streamlined the number of programs. In fact, the board members have received emails when we have cut programs. And so we will be able to present to you the programs for the last 4 years, what we've had, and then what we currently have in place. Also remember, or I want to bring to the board's attention, that many of the companies do not maintain level pricing from year to year. And so there are increases to some of the programming based on the vendor's increase in cost.
Okay, and thank you. I appreciate that. And that is a question that I would have, is even if the number of programs have been cut, because I know there has been a strategy around that, I would like to know if the actual cost has also been reduced. So thank you.
Any other questions, Member Vanos?
Give me 1 second. We'll get to priorities comment. And then just one last question under operations. You mentioned that they are reprioritizing duties and responsibilities associated with the eliminated positions while maintaining the mandates. And so I'm assuming that you're referring to the mandates from the state?
Yes, sorry, yes, and good afternoon now. Yes, when looking at the reductions, one of the things that we were key on doing is making sure that we put those priorities on mandates ahead of time. So the positions that we have eliminated are not related to any mandates that will risk us being in compliance with anything that the state requires to provide or do.
So for those mandates that the state requires, do they fund those positions since they're requiring the mandates?
They provide general funding as FTE, so some of those are funded through there. At times, I know that, for example, on the for the threat management, they do provide a grant. That is a grant that you have to apply every year. I don't know if the funding is going to be recurring. They have funded a position for it, but all the other things that we need to do in order to comply with those type requirements are funded through the FTE.
Okay, so they're not specifically funded, even though they're required.
They're not specifically.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a line item for it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Vanos. Member Byrd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Member Vanos, because actually that leads into exactly where I was going to go with my comments. I don't really have questions because my questions have already been answered, but I wanted to kind of touch on the mention of mandates in the presentation. And yesterday I did a little digging on education our education code, our education laws, and our administrative code, and the changes that have taken place over the last 20 years. And it's significant, to say the least. When I did kind of a little bit of research, it appears that when you combine the increase in education laws and the increase in Department of Education administrative code over the last 20 years, it's an increase of 60 to 70% over a 20 year. So there has been a huge growth in the amount of laws and mandates that our public schools deal with. Every one of those laws and every one of those mandates require district oversight, require reports to be sent to the state, require departments. You've got the threat management, the parental rights, and the book bans. I mean, we could talk about all the money and staffing that's gone into that. School choice. Years ago, we didn't have all the school choice options. So now we have whole departments that have to manage that. So my point to all of this is, when you look at increase in administration at the district level, there's a reason why there are so many departments. And that's because there is so much that is required of public schools for state reporting and state mandates. So that's really important to keep in mind when we have these conversations. And what was just mentioned about those allocations is really, really important, because when you look at the categoricals, the FTE is one thing, but when you look at the categoricals and how underfunded each one of those are, transportation, when I was looking at, and I think we're going to talk about this in a minute, but when you look at like the transportation allocation, now this year, because prices keep going up, it's always been about 50, then it was like in the 40s. Well, now we're looking at like 33% of our costs last year were covered. I think we'll see that, we were given $32 million in our state allocation to cover transportation, but our costs were around $98 million. That's a $65 million shortfall for that one categorical from the state. And then you've got, safe schools allocation. That one's short. All the categoricals add up to close to $100 million. Those are all mandates that we have to provide. We have to provide safe schools. We have to provide threat management teams. We have to provide transportation to every student who lives outside of 2 miles from the school. Those are all mandates that we have to provide that we're not funded for. So where does that extra $97 million come from? Comes from general funds, or it comes from reserves. And so these are all really, this is all a big discussion we're about to have when we talk about the budget, but I think it's really, we keep hearing about administration being bloated, or so much at the district, so much district staffing. But as the superintendent said, when you look at the cost per student and the fact that we are ranked in the state 12th out of 67 districts for the lowest administration cost per student, 4 cents of every dollar is spent on administration. It's not a lot when you look at the big picture. So I just wanted to kind of point out those few things. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Byrd. Excellent comments and questions from each of the board members. Member Byrd, I was particularly impressed with the research that you did on the amount of administrative overhead that goes with keeping up with the requirements of the state. I will say, lest anybody be confused, many of those requirements I think the board supports and make a lot of sense, as well as the mandates. They're with very few exceptions, well supported and well intentioned, but the issue is they're not well funded. And I would be interested, if it's possible. Well, first, let me start by saying, Dr. Vasquez, to you, your cabinet, and your team, excellent job. excellent job of figuring out the best way to trim down an already very tight budget. Excellent presentation. And so my next comment is going to be an ask, which is, I hate to ask because I don't know how you're doing what you're doing with the time and resources you have. But if we were able to put a dollar figure to the points that Member Byrd made about the amount of administrative overhead that goes with the record keeping, the data that we provide to the state. And again, it's most of that data makes sense, but the cost that is incurred because of what the state requires of us, I think would be helpful as we have dialogue and discussions with members of our delegation and FDOE in terms of if this is a major concern, how they might be able to help with it. So with that, Dr. Vasquez, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
All right. Thank you to my cabinet for really an exceptional job in digging deep and finding ways where we can trim the budget. I appreciate all the time and effort that has gone into that. And next, we will have Doreen Concolino, and I apologize, Doreen, I think I mispronounced your name the first time I introduced you. We'll continue with really the priorities.
The state legislature's failure to adopt a budget has delayed funding amounts to school districts. The extended legislative session will result in a state budget that directly impacts K-12 public schools. At this time, it is uncertain whether property tax reductions will be implemented in Florida. Because Florida's school funding formula is equalized, a reduction in the required local effort, which is funded by property taxes, would increase the state's share of education funding. However, any reduction in property taxes would directly reduce revenues generated from the additional voted operating millage and the capital outlay millage. Our goal is to ensure that we allocate resources effectively to support our students and staff. One of the pressing issues we face in Orange County is declining enrollment in our traditional schools, coupled with underutilized facilities in many areas around the county. This trend has significant implications for funding and resource allocation. The closure of 7 schools is a difficult decision that is fiscally responsible. We will need to explore innovative solutions to attract and retain students in our traditional schools while continuing to explore cost-saving measures, including additional school consolidations. The Employee Benefits Trust is currently structurally unsound and requires right-sizing to sustain the district's self-insured status. Considerable efforts have focused on cost containment measures, direct contracts, plan design changes, premium adjustments, and increases to board contributions. Collectively, these actions are intended to ensure adequate revenue to cover claims costs and maintain the required 60 days of reserves. The significant transfers from the general fund to the Employee Benefits Trust are not sustainable any longer. Maintaining a sufficient contingency fund balance is more important than at any time in our most recent history. These funds are vital to help mitigate unforeseen circumstances and emergencies. Ensuring that we have sufficient contingency fund balance will provide some measure of financial stability and allow us to respond effectively to unexpected challenges. Lastly, we look forward to hearing the board's priorities for where we will concentrate our limited resources. This is where I typically provide an overview of the budgetary landscape, as well as forecasted full-time equivalent, or FTE, information. In the absence of the budget information, this slide reflects the projected fiscal year 2027 FTE. FTE in the House version of the budget, which continues to fold in the Family Empowerment Scholarship FTE, is projected at $228,126, a total district increase of 1,225 FTE over the third calculation of the previous year. This increase in FTE represents increases to charter and FES scholarship counts, offset by a 3,355 FTE decrease in traditional schools. The continued decline in traditional school FTE reflects the combined effects of school choice and family empowerment scholarships, as well as immigration policies, declining birth rates, and housing trends. The Senate's version of the FEFP has carved out scholarship FTE, yet reflects the same FTE projections for traditional and charter schools. No matter where the base student allocation and the Florida Education Finance Program per student funding ultimately land, declining traditional school enrollment results in a decrease in overall funding and represents a significant fiscal challenge. The district must continue adjusting its budget to reflect this ongoing reality. There are several funding variances reflected in the preliminary House and Senate budgets. This is a high-level overview and will undoubtedly change. The Safe Schools allocation differs significantly in the House and Senate budgets. Total Safe Schools funding increases by $153.8 million in the House and remains level in the Senate budget. Mental health assistance dollars reflect level funding in House and Senate budgets with no increase in the appropriation. Although flat, mental health assistance funding may actually decrease as a portion of the appropriation is tied to our number of FTE, which we know is declining. The educational enrichment allocation currently reflects an increase in the House version of the budget, yet a decrease in the Senate version of the budget. The decrease in educational enrichment funding in the Senate version is impacted by the removal of the Family Empowerment Scholarship FTE and the funding that follows those students. The Academic Acceleration Options Supplement, known as the AP and IB dollars, remains flat in both the House and Senate. These funds are capped categorical dollars, and all school districts receive their proportionate share of the dollars. OCPS's total add-on FTE is actually up by 1,260, but the categorical funding amount that we received in the third calc has actually declined by $1.2 million. There is a nominal increase in transportation funding in the House and level funding in the Senate. Although the categorical funding for teacher salary increase allocation has been rolled into the base student allocation, specific requirements remain for allocating dollars for teacher salaries. For fiscal year 2027, the dollar amounts appropriated for salary increases for full-time instructional personnel are nearly identical in both the House and Senate and are equivalent to approximately $7.4 million. The House is proposing a 0.53% of the district's base funding for teacher salary increases, and the Senate is proposing a 0.63% of the district's base funding for teacher salary increases. This slide illustrates categorical funding in which the district invests more resources than what the state funds us. Categorical funding is restricted to specific purposes and limited in amount and includes allocations such as mental health assistance, educational enrichment, transportation, and safe schools. In prior years, the board made intentional investments in students beyond categorical funding, supported by the district's capacity to leverage the general fund when financial conditions allowed. These decisions reflected a commitment to advancing board priorities. Transportation, however, is not an intentional discretion, reflects mandated costs. That said, third-party contracted transportation services warrant continued review as part of the district's ongoing approach to managing required transportation costs and future budget planning efforts. These decisions were made during a period when the district had access to temporary resources, including federal ESSER funding and a strong fund balance. As those one-time resources are no longer available, the district no longer has the fiscal capacity to continue supporting expenditures that exceed ongoing categorical funding. Moving forward, resources will need to be prioritized, and spending decisions will be evaluated more closely in relation to recurring revenues to support long-term fiscal sustainability. There are other financial obligations to be folded into the fiscal year 2026-27 operating budget. As noted earlier, rising health care costs require plan design changes to the district's health insurance benefits, as well as increased board contributions and employee premiums. Without these adjustments, the Employee Benefits Trust Fund will not remain financially sustainable. Given ongoing budget constraints and competing general fund priorities, continued reliance on general fund transfers to stabilize the trust is no longer a viable or fiscally responsible option. The next bullet references the property assessment litigation between the Orange County property appraiser and other large commercial property owners. Walt Disney World accounts for approximately 50% of the value of the litigation. The remaining commercial properties included in the litigation are owned by many other corporations. References to Walt Disney World were solely because its material impact on Orange County property valuation. Moving forward, the litigation will be referred to as the Orange County Property Appraiser litigation. Current estimates forecast an annual revenue impact ranging from $6.5 million to $13 million. Final amounts will not be known until the litigation is resolved and property values are adjusted. Based on the Orange County tax collector's refund process from the first judgment, litigation-related property tax refunds are withheld directly from the district's property tax distributions, reducing overall property tax revenue. To manage these revenue reductions, the district continues to set aside funds. By the close of fiscal year 2026, approximately $129 million will be reserved and subsequently utilized to offset anticipated revenue shortfalls, as this revenue source is required to meet our operating fund obligations. When property tax distributions are withheld, a corresponding and proportionate reduction in revenue is passed through to charter schools. Changes to employer-paid FRS rates are anticipated to save the district between $5.3 and $5.7 million for all funds. This is a welcomed budgetary relief. The additional voted millage is up for renewal this fall. Orange County voters first approved the 1 mil ad valorem referendum in 2010 and have renewed it in 2014, 2018, and in 2022. This voter-approved revenue, currently valued at $240 million, is a critical component of the district's operating budget, supporting teacher and support staff compensation, classroom instruction, and ongoing operations. The additional voted millage is shared proportionately with our charter schools. For the capital landscape, we are grateful for the community's overwhelming support in renewing the half-cent sales tax in November of 2024, which directly supports school renovations and capital renewal projects. The renewed program began on January 1st, 2026, and these funds are shared with charter schools based on their proportionate share of FTE. As noted earlier, legislative changes under consideration this year could affect property taxes. The district currently levies 1.5 mils for capital purposes, and if the proposed legislation is enacted, capital-related property tax revenues could be reduced. While the Florida Education Finance Program is equalized, this protection does not apply to the additional voted operating millage or capital outlay funds, which would be directly affected by property tax reductions. I will turn the presentation back to the superintendent and welcome the board's comments and budget priorities.
Thank you, Doreen. It is certainly a bleak picture, but one that we need to address, especially with the various financial items that have been pointed out, including insurance. And so we welcome the board's questions and comments.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez, and thank you so much for the presentation. And the good news on the FRS contribution going down, a highlight of the presentation. Let me begin with Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. And thank you for that presentation. I appreciate your always very clear and concise answers. So thank you. So my first question is on page 17, and you state, in the absence of budget information. What do you mean by that?
We don't have an approved budget from the state legislature yet. Typically, I'm laying out what the BSA is, what the per student funding is. I don't have that. In the absence of that, I'm just letting you know that this is the forecasted FTE.
Okay, and so the budget would typically be something that the legislature would pass before the end of session, but they have not done that this year, right?
Correct.
Which makes our job even harder. Okay, my next question has to do with the allocations. And I guess my question is, how are those allocations determined? Like how is that base set? Is that something, are those based on forecasts at the state level, or how are those set?
Are you referring to categorical?
Yes.
Categorical allocations? It is set at the state level. Our appropriation is driven by whatever our FTE is.
Okay.
Transportation is based on the student count, ridership.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and then my next question is on page 18, and I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. This is with respect to the teacher salary increase allocation, and it says here that the House is proposing a 0.53% increase, and the Senate is proposing a 0.63% increase for teacher salaries?
Correct. That's a 0.53% or 0.63% of the base student allocation. That translates into nearly identical $7.4 million from both the House and the Senate.
Okay, so that seems like a low increase for our teachers.
It's very low.
Which is interesting because our governor and our State Board of Education talk so often about how much they support teachers, but I don't see that reflected in those numbers. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. Okay, my next question is on page 19. And this is with respect to transportation. Again, very concerning that we are only funded 1/3 of our costs of transportation that we're required to provide. But you talk about the third-party contracted transportation services. So can you just explain a little bit more about that?
We contract third party for several reasons, and if I don't answer this accurately or fully, maybe Mr. Pacheco could help me out here. But for ESE, we contract with an outside service for transportation for those students. If we cannot locate or if we don't have drivers, which we know we are short on drivers, then we contract out for that.
And we also contract out for McKinney-Vento. And that dollar amount this year is down a little bit from the previous year, but it's ranging around $24-25 million.
Mr. Pacheco?
No, actually, they did an excellent job. But just to give you a little bit of perspective on it, the reason that we utilize the services, as Ms. Concolino mentioned, is the lack of drivers. So we have the option of having contracted services. We were using it at one point because some transportation needs their return on investment, or maybe transporting a kid through that service was better than using a bus. But more and more, as our labor force decreased, as far as drivers is concerned, we were in the need of using this service. So we have two companies that we use. They have a different type of billing strategies. So we use them based on what is more more cost efficient for us based on the needs of the student. Like they said, we do it for ESE students because normally those are the students that will go to a facility outside the 2-mile radius. So when they don't have the closest schools to them, don't provide the services that they need, we might have to have them travel to a different area outside of the school that they normally are assigned to, or even across the county. And then for MVP is the same thing. We will, if they are identified as homeless students, we will transport them to their school if that is what they would like. So those numbers have of course, the decrease in bus drivers has forced us to pretty much to use the service, which is costly to the district.
Okay, thank you. And so for those different categories for our ESE students who have to travel outside of their sort of neighborhood school, or for McKinney-Vento for our homeless student population, that transportation is required that we are transporting those students. And so that's required, but we're spending just on McKinney-Vento $25 million.
Something else to consider when we use it, because of course you would like to know that we do a due process of when we use the service. And for example, if we were to use a service for transport a low number of kids outside the area to a school outside the school that they would normally go to, you might be having a bus with only 10 students or 5 students. And normal ridership on high school and middle school is about 55 students. So you kind of see how, for us, we migrate to use the services because that way we can make the use of the driver to transport 55 for middle school and high school and up to 70 for elementary school instead of using it, because then we will have to have those students wait longer as that bus driver completes that trip. Then they'll have to go back to do the general population.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And for McKinney-Vento, just to clarify, so even if a student lives outside of Orange County, we transport them back into our schools?
Yes, and sometimes we have great partnerships where the county is nearby us, so that might help us by picking them up and then bringing them to the edge of the county. But in some instances, they can do it as well. They find themselves in the same situation that we are. We're not having enough drivers, then we have to go get them outside our county.
So it sounds like we're all doing the best that we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have a couple more.
May I clarify? I just want to make sure that amount is for both McKinney-Vento and transporting of our students with disabilities. I believe the amount for McKinney-Vento is about $8 million.
Okay.
And the rest is for ESE.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that. My next question is on page 20. Can you just talk a little bit about what has changed with the FRS rates such that we are, it's providing some relief? Can you just explain that a little bit more?
There are various rates set by the legislature for regular retirement, special risk, drop, reemployed retirees. There are various rates, and those rates in most of the categories have declined, which then saves us the 5.4 to 5.7 million.
So does that mean that the benefits that our employees are receiving are decreased?
No.
Okay.
An actuary reestablishes the rates every year.
Okay.
And then we as the employer are required to then implement those rates.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Just a couple more. Just a question about, and I know I had asked this question, on you're researching it, but the district is regularly audited in some way, internally, externally audited regularly, correct?
Correct. We have an external audit annually every year, and every 3 years, the AG comes in and audits at the same time that we have an independent external audit.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't know, this probably isn't the time to talk about budget board priorities, but I'll just say, you know, in reading kind of the division or the department points kind of in the last section of this presentation, I do have some, I honestly, I have some concerns about in the communications area. I wonder whether we have enough funding there. That's a really important department, particularly because it includes our government relations department, which a lot of the work that they do really impact like our transparency to our community. They impact the funding that we may potentially get from the state and federal government. So I'll just throw out there, I think I have some concerns that perhaps that division may need more funding in a place where we would have it. I know we don't, but just going to put it out there. And then the last comment I'll make is I really would like to dig into the amount that we are spending on ed tech and devices. To me, this is low-hanging fruit. I mean, in a perfect world, it'd be great to have everything, but I would really like to dig into to those costs and how we can save in those areas, because I would much rather be investing in teachers and people than programs and devices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Member Gallo.
Thank you. I'll just start where Member Vanos left off. I agree. Like, I would love to see the numbers for ed tech to see how much money we could save off of devices, understanding that we would have to offset them for curriculum. But in elementary school, I believe we already have the textbooks. It's in our secondary that we don't have them. So I would love, as Member Vano said, to really look at that low-hanging fruit and how much money can we save by truly putting people over programs, reducing our tech, our one-to-one devices in elementary and middle school. And I do understand that that would be somewhat of a cost increase because of the textbooks, and we may have to wait for certain adoptions and whatnot to happen. But I would really like to flesh that out to see how much money we can save. I know I view high school differently. We've got to get them ready for a career, for the workforce, for college, for military, whatever they decided to do. And they need to be more educated on AI and be AI literate when they graduate from high school. So I agree with Member Vanos on that. And I know we've been having these discussions, so we'll get that information.
If I may just clarify, though, to both Board Member Vanos and yourself, that devices are paid out of our capital funds, not out of our operating budget.
But when they break, that comes like when they break the cords, the lost equipment, like that all comes out of operational. The people bringing them in, checking them out, that's all operational, correct?
Yeah, it's part of the.
That is correct, but we do have leasing.
Correct.
So
it's part of the leasing program now. Mr. Dragon, do you mind just speaking to that? And thank you, because that's what I was going to say. Not the ed tech programs; those do come from general, but the devices are paid out of capital.
I'm more interested in the devices.
So currently for our devices in K and 1, we have iPads, and the iPads are paid through a lease through capital. And the lease that we have in capital includes AppleCare on those devices, so that if there is damage, that damage is included there. For our devices that we have 2nd through 12th grade, those are also paid through leases that we have. And the lease terms that we have for those devices includes, starting from this budget year here, it also includes the repair costs. So that repair cost is no longer coming from the general funds budget.
So all lease comes from the capital fund.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And we, through the work of Mr. Dragon and his team, he worked for about 18 months looking at the cost savings we would have if we went to the leasing model versus owning them. And so we're tracking that, and we'll bring back information when we have a conclusion of this year. But I just want to reiterate, for the ed tech programs, those do not come out of capital, those come out of general.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the work that you do for IT and for the lease on the devices. Speaking of ed tech, and this is just a generic question, the ed tech programs, are they outcome-based contracts with those programs so that, like, you know, how the board will get like kind of almost, usually in the summer, a line by line item of all the kind of programs we use in a return on investment, like did it do what it said it was going to do? Did our literacy rates go up? Did our numeracy rates go up? Like those type of things is usually given to the board.
We have done that the last, I think, 2 years as part of the program evaluation. And when we are looking at cuts to programs, we also bring that to you. I do want to reiterate that our program evaluation team does not evaluate every program every year. But we do use that information to drive the decisions for what devices for what programs we'll keep. Another example where we're looking to cut usage has to do with intervention. As you know, the state requires intervention for students that score at a certain level. And so we have actually started to look at if we only purchased the program for those students that need it, what would that cost be? Sometimes it's a savings, sometimes it's not, because companies give you the enterprise cost, and that is usually less. The other thing that we need to consider, and we would want to work with Classroom Teachers Association, is that some of the teachers do like some of the programs. It helps them not have to do extra planning. And so before we would cut all intervention programs and strictly stick with people, we would want to make sure that there's been input and conversations with the teachers who are actually having to implement that change.
Absolutely. I think the teachers are on the front lines and understand best which programs work well and which programs aren't needed or don't work as well. On page 18, you mentioned the AP IB dollars. And I know last year we had to fight to get that. They were going to remove the dollars by quite a bit, and families and students pressured Tallahassee to do the right thing, and they kept the funding level in the budget. But they kind of shrunk the pot, did they not? Like, didn't the AP and the IB dollars grow with the students? So we were actually incentivized. The more students that went into these type of programs, the more money that we would get. For instance, the money truly followed the child. So if we had more children go into those classes, we get more funding. And now they've kind of capped it like they do at CTE. Like there's one pot of money, and no matter how many students take AP classes. So really, we're losing money, more students in those classes than before, and we lost money because we're not paid at the same rate that we used to.
Correct.
So I just want to point that it's another kind of, it's not an unfunded mandate, but it's an area where here in Orange County we're excelling, and we should be very proud of the amount of students that take AP classes and how well they're doing in AP, and yet we have to come up with extra dollars just to keep those programs rolling because the state's not funding it fully as they used to. And then I wanted to ask, we talked to, Member Vanos asked about the homeless students, so I don't need to ask that question. So I want to talk a little bit about I know you brought up the millage, and I don't know that you listed it, but just for those who are listening, that extra millage pays for like 1,287 instructional type positions, 782 positions that are in our arts, what we would consider arts, music, and then 53 positions in athletics. So it's over 2,100 positions that the millage that we currently have pays for. And all of these, if I'm not mistaken, are, with maybe the exception of very few, are school-based positions. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I understood that right. And then as for my budget priorities, we used to come up here and we would talk about, things that we wanted for our schools. We wanted this. That's not where we are. That's not the position that we're in. And so my board priority would just be whatever money we have needs to go to our support staff and our teachers for teacher raises. It's very unaffordable to live in Orange County. So that would be my only priority that I would have this year is that we find every possible dollar we can. And I know we're not supposed to be calling it the Disney. And we changed the name. But when it comes to charters, are we still fronting the money for charters?
Are we what? Say,
Are we still fronting the money for charters? Or are we getting a proportionate share held back from the charters as we hold back money?
I got it.
okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pomeroy.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Am I good? Okay. So the money is being withheld from our distribution from the tax collector. So if a judgment or a settlement comes in, the money is not being forwarded to us by the tax collector. That's originally we were thinking that's when
That
we
we would have to
escrowed
pay
the
them
money.
back.
Yeah, when we escrowed the money, the thought was they would take it out of the escrow fund, and they are not doing that. They were not doing that on the first distribution, so that's why we got the escrowed funds back. The tax collector sends us a reduced distribution, taking out the judgment. And so what happens is we take the proportionate share of whatever the charter school, whatever that reduction is, and we reduce it based upon the charter school's proportionate responsibility. And it takes into account numerous factors like, was that charter school in existence for the period of the judgment, et cetera, et cetera. But no, we are not fronting any money for the charter schools. We are sending them the reduced amount that we get from the tax collector.
Okay. There was some confusion about how that works. I appreciate you explaining it. And then I know this does not happen often in Orange County, but if a charter school closes, what happens to their proportionate share? Who's on the hook for those dollars?
That would be us.
Again, it doesn't happen often, but just wanted to point it out. And then finally, my last question is, and I don't want to get into the weeds, so tell me if I'm getting into the weeds, but I know that I think it's important for people to know that we're doing everything we can possible to really do the best we can with the funds that we're given. And we do have positions like bus drivers that we do pay for out of our capital fund as allowed by law. Can you just talk a little bit about how that works and how much money we're utilizing from the capital fund and to pay bus drivers and other positions?
So our transfer that is included in our general operating budget is $50 million this year. $51 million this year for 26. And that is based on maintenance expenses and the salary and benefit costs of our bus drivers, as well as our property and liability insurance. We are allowed by law to use a portion of our 1.5 capital mill towards those expenses, and therefore we transfer from the capital budget into the general fund based on what those expenses are.
Thank you very much. I don't believe that a lot of people are aware that we're allowed to do that per state law and that we are doing it here in Orange County. So I appreciate your explanation. That's all the questions I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Ferrant?
Thank you. All right, so it's an interesting conversation. It's true. I feel like last year we were sitting around talking about how we wanted to cover the playgrounds and keep kids out of the sun. Now we are on to bigger and better. So one question I have is, how many of our buses, I feel like this was answered at one point, but maybe just re-answer it. How many of our buses are running low on kids? Like in the sense that I see buses quite a bit where there's 3 kids on the bus. Are there other alternatives, if you will? I know when I first got on the board, I asked if we could use a van or something else where we can maybe get other bus drivers and whatnot.
So I'm sorry. When looking at the usage of the bus, there's a couple of things that we take into consideration. Of course, we want to maximize its use, so that means having as many kids as possible. But sometimes some schools, for example, elementary schools, you see it the most, that they might have one bus, but very few kids might qualify for it or parents use it. So that could be an instance when you see a bus that is not at its max capacity, but we're still required to take the students to that location. For the other routes, actually we get some phone calls. I know the superintendent gets it at times that our buses are too full, and actually we see the opposite comments from our parents at times, and we tell them, look, we don't allow anybody to sit on the floor or anything like that. But your question about different size buses, actually the legislature just changed to allow for us to have smaller, maybe 15 passenger buses that do not require a CDL license. And that's something that we're looking to do in this upcoming purchase of buses. As you know, we're not buying buses because, so we would like to see and try smaller vehicles that we can test and see how good that works, as far as, because there will not be a requirement of CDL, and that's the key and the challenge that we get on finding CDL drivers to drive our regular size buses.
That's awesome. I would definitely be behind that, really pushing that in Tallahassee and helping to, because like you said, we could actually get drivers that don't need a CDL. We can also, it would be less gas, less maintenance. I mean, it sounds good from here. So I don't know, you'd have to work the numbers, but it sounds like a good idea. Thank you, I appreciate it. The other question I had, when we're looking at kids with the McKinney-Vento, I know it's like when we're looking at such a huge budget of billions of dollars, 8 million seems kind of small. However, how is there a way to see like how many of these kids are coming from out of county? And then how long do we allow them to be out of county and continuing to go to the same school?
And so actually, Maya, thank you. We have looked at that, and our team worked with transportation over the summer to fine tune that list to ensure that all of the students qualified. I'll give you an example. If a student chooses, maybe they're part of the McKinney-Vento program, and in middle school they were being transported. In high school, if they chose to go to a magnet, they then no longer qualify for the McKinney-Vento scholarship. So they have fine-tuned that. We have looked at a couple of different options. None of them appeal to my team, but we are still investigating the possibility of issuing stipends per mile to help offset some of the costs that we are experiencing. But we did dramatically cut the McKinney-Vento budget from last year to this year by a couple of $1 million, and they also were able to reduce some of the dollars spent on the ESC transportation, and so they're working to try and fine tune it. But I mean, we have students that we transport that are not in our county, and we are required to do that.
Right. Okay. That's the part that I'm like, I feel like I would almost rather be able to communicate with the families and really help encourage them to attend a school. Although I understand, I mean, it's a complicated issue because you want to be a huge, a good support for families and be there and help them in a wild situation that they find themselves in. But at the same time, what is going to be, the most cost effective, if you will, without affecting a child. Go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, the statute, it's a federal statute, and it really is an unusual one because what it does is it says when you become homeless, you can either stay in the school where you were going before you became homeless, or you can go to another school in the district. But it shifts the presumption. It says under the law, it's presumed to be in the best interest of the child to stay at the school where they were going before they became homeless. And so if you're going to do something other than that, there are appellate rights and a whole process that you have to go through in order to say, if a parent elects they want to go to the school where their child was before they become homeless, that is presumed in the best interest, and they get to appeal that. And they get to stay at that school during the pendency of the appeal. So there is a whole federal statutory scheme that sort of drives us into having to do what we're doing here.
Yes, a lot of different. I'm sure it was for a reason at some point. I also agree that I would like to, when we're looking at the priorities, I'm trying to think, I've got different questions here okay, another one for a question as far as what we're spending. I know we have our list of kind of like the top 5. Insurance, and I don't know how much we can discuss that because we're in, I don't know.
Discuss, and if I need to shut it down because we're straying to a place, I will.
Okay, perfect. Really, my question is, what are, for the public to really understand, what do we spend currently on insurance, and how much of that goes over and above, like you see on page 19, where we're looking at, how much the revenue comes in, how much expended is, like transportation. We bring in 32 million. We actually spend 98 million. So we're overspending by 65 million. We have the same thing happening with our insurance, which is why, and it's something that's happened for quite a few years, and something as a board member, I've really been adamant about trying to fix this since day one, because we can't keep overspending and then expecting it to go away someday. And the more you push it off, the higher it gets. So I guess, do you have that number by any chance, like of what we?
I have some high level numbers.
Yes.
Our claims are, which are medical and pharmaceutical. Our claims are around $340 to $350 million. The problem is our revenue. Well, that in itself is a problem, and we are working diligently on cost containment and working with partners that are trying to help us bring that down. We have no control over when our employees use medical and pharmaceutical services. So there we are at the mercy of whatever those claims are when they come in. The other side of that equation is the revenue. And we are not generating enough revenue, which is why we're looking, we need to increase board contributions, we need to increase employee premiums, and we need to increase deductibles. That is the combination that will get us more revenue. Currently, our revenue is somewhere around $230 million when our claims are somewhere around $340 million, which has necessitated these exorbitant transfers that have occurred just to keep the trust solvent.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know there's talks out there of, why do we continue to do this if it's not really working? What if we were to just go with an outside firm and you just have somebody, instead of being self-insured, you go with a different.
I believe you're asking about fully insured, self-insured versus fully insured. So fully insured, we're at the mercy of whoever the insurance carrier is. Currently, we don't look to make a profit. We just want enough revenue to cover the claims as well as the required 60-day reserves. If you're fully insured and using an outside company, you can't make the plan designs or are limited in the plan design that you would like. Whatever they tack on administrative fee, they tack on profit, and then the following year there is no control over what your premium costs or plan design could look like if they need to offset increased costs. And the medical trend, especially in Central Florida, has been increasing exponentially.
Astronomical. It's true. Insurance in the United States is such a scam, if I can say that out loud. Oh my gosh, it drives me crazy and frustrating. Yes. Anyways, we work in Guatemala and El Salvador, and I mean, not that I really want to get like a surgery over there, but I mean, oh my goodness, you can go in and it's like just they're there to really take care of you and to help you, not to make a profit. And that's where that's going to have to be something that's beyond us. But it's good to know with the fully insured versus self-insured. I do feel like with the self-insured, we have more of a hand in it to help
control
and guide to make sure that we're providing as much cost savings as we can. So I appreciate that. And then just the board priorities, I really want to make sure that we are, like for me, I want to make sure that we're training and equipping our teachers and providing like that, just the wholesome education where if our priorities can be to, I feel like I'm always shouting out for like Reed Charitable Foundation, but this is a foundation that provides free training to teachers, and they come in and they'll help schools. I would love to see, even if we could just start with them again, where we're focusing on lower schools that have like the largest gaps, let's say, where kids really are struggling with reading. Today I was on a call about science, our science scores. They're directly related to whether a child can read well or not. And so if the reading is good, everything else we're going to see fall into place. So my priority is really about tackling the literacy crisis, making sure that our kids have the foundational skills that they need to soar in everything else, which I believe when the teachers feel trained, that will give them that boost of confidence to see their kids in their class soaring. While I know teachers, if you had to pick one or the other, I would love for every teacher, obviously we'd love for them to be at a different pay rate. But I feel like if you asked a teacher and said, do you want more money or do you want to see the kids in your class getting hundreds on these tests, I believe they would say, I would rather see these kids excelling in their education. It's really why we go into these. As a nurse, I didn't go into nursing to make money and make a profit. I really went into it because I cared about people, and that's teachers, I believe, are the same. They went into teaching because they care about children and they want to see that. So my priority would be to really help them get the resources that they need, and really utilizing outside people that want to do it for free that can help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Farrant. Member Byrd.
Thank you. My priorities are just at this point, just to keep keep our school instructional and support staff positions, basically. And if we can scrounge any extra money anywhere, or if anything comes in that we weren't expecting, mine would be for supplements to help offset some of these rising costs that our staff is going to be will be experiencing through just the living expenses and health insurance. That's pretty much all I could hope for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Byrd. Member Douglas.
Good afternoon. Yes, great job. I mean, this is so clear. I just appreciate. I'm not a math person, and just looking at the graphics and all these wonderful numbers, I can understand. Thank you so much for simplifying to my level. Thank you. I appreciate that. On page 19, I just wanted you to, I would just want people to notice on page 19 that we are spending more than we receive. Obviously, you can see. And these categoricals are essential to our students. They're essential to our students. We cannot do without them. Mental health, transportation, safe school, educational enrichment, essential. My question is, we haven't received any money from Tallahassee, right? For the 26, 27?
For
Not
next
yet.
year, we have
We
not
haven't
received
yet.
what,
And-
what our budget will be.
Right, and
with
if
funding.
we do receive, are the vouchers will be included in the money that we're receiving?
We don't know that yet.
don't
So
know that
the
yet.
Senate is proposing carving that out, and the House is keeping it within the budget. So I don't know where that's going to land.
Okay, all right, we have to, I just want to make sure that people understand that they can bring us a big number, but within this number, it could be also the vouchers, which will reduce significantly what will come to us. as
Correct.
public
Somewhere
schools.
between, I would say, $250 and $300 million is about what the voucher
Right.
dollar amount will be for next year, if it's included within our budget.
Okay, and I also would like to emphasize, everybody's talking about teachers' salary. We want a great salaries for teachers. They need to get paid more all the time. That's what we hear for years. And when I'm looking at the numbers that they're proposing for the teacher salary, 0.53%, 0.63%, that's your idea of a great raise for teachers? I am just completely outraged. This is just, really, it's a game. You know, they're pretending that they want to help the teachers, but this is no help. As a teacher, I'm offended by these numbers, truly. My third one is transportation. Can you please again, with transportation, Mr. Pacheco, can you please explain again about the buses and the smaller vehicles? Are they more cost effective for us to have smaller vehicles than a bus?
Yes, that's what we want to pilot. We want to get a group of buses and collect that information. We believe that it's going to be more economical because of the driver. It doesn't have to be CDL. So maybe we can get a competitive hourly rate, but not as higher that we might have to be in order to attract CDL drivers.
I was thinking about the cost to pay for those vehicles.
Oh, the cost itself for the vehicles?
Yeah.
Actually, I do have a little bit of information for you, just to give you a sense. Let me just make sure that I have it. So when you look at that vehicle, probably it's going to run around $95,000 based on the equipment. For the smaller vehicles, a bus, it goes around $150,000. So pretty much it's about a little bit more than half. So you could get two smaller 15-passenger vehicles instead of getting a yellow bus. And again, all the prices differ based on the equipment that you add to the buses or the vehicle that you purchase.
And they will be able to accommodate all the students?
No, they're smaller. They will be able to accommodate around 15 students. And the reason that we're looking at those is to kind of using replacement of the third-party transportation, where we might have a smaller group of students that we have to transport, but because it's going to be with our drivers and our vehicles, the cost will be less. that's what we're trying to prove by starting this, that the cost will be less.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And great question from the board here. Great question. So I just want to emphasize that it seems that they want to help, but it's really no help at all. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Douglas. Let me check. Have we heard from Member Salamanca or called on her if she has any questions? Okay. Superintendent? And we have Member Ferrant who have some comments still. So okay, please.
And you will receive this information in an email with a little bit greater detail, but the team was able to share the digital materials. So in 2024, and they have it broken down by fund, but I'm just going to give you the total. The total spend was a little bit over 9.8 million. In 2025, the spend was 12.1 million. 2026, 8.4 million. And for next year, we're projecting 4.2 million. So we have been reducing the amount of technology, digital technology. And Dr. Brown Cannon will be sending an email either later today or tomorrow morning that breaks it down. And I believe they also have what the actual resources are.
Thank you. Member Ferrant.
That's excellent, by the way. Great job. That's like cut it in third. Great job. Okay, my last question, I was just thinking about when we were talking about insurance, as far as like our buildings, cars, vehicles, that kind of thing, has that insurance shot up the same way as our like home insurance and our car,
Actually, we're expecting that to decline about 10% going into 27. We actually have that meeting. Beth and team and myself and Judith will be meeting with the property and liability insurance people this week or next week.
Oh, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. I just had a little note there thinking about it. Thank you.
Well, we haven't had a hurricane, and
True.
so.
We all pray. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ferrant. So let me close out the conversation. I think it will be no surprise to anyone here. My priorities continue to be to get as much money into the hands of our educational support personnel as well as our teachers and educators as we can within the limited resources we have. I also think it is extremely important, the effort that's being made to have a sustainable insurance program. And Ms. Concolino, I was looking for the email that you sent us yesterday with the amount of money that we have put into the insurance trust fund over the last, I think it's 5 years, and what that amount is and what that would have translated if we could have offered that in supplements over that same period of time.
So from the general fund, transfers are $230,300,000.
And that's over what time period?
That is from 2022 through 2026. That is the estimated $86 million in the current year, which we have shared with the board. We've done 25 million of that already. We're getting ready to do the balance, 61 million. During that time frame, also from 21 through 23, we had the benefit of $33.7 million from ESSER funds that were able to offset COVID claims. Total there is $264 million. If we were able to do a one-time supplement or bonus per employee, it was about $11,400 per.
And I appreciate you putting together that data, because I think the one thing that is lost in these conversations about insurance is that for every dollar that we are spending, or in this case, shortfall that we are subsidizing in insurance claims versus premiums, is coming directly out of the same pot that we would be using to provide salaries and supplements. And that is to the tune of nearly $11,000 over the last 4 years that could have gone to our employees. So as difficult as it is to look at changing premiums, and it is extremely, extremely difficult to look at the impact that that's going to have on our employees, there is a direct correlation between that impact and our ability to pay our employees as much as we can. So it's a very difficult trade-off. I know for some of our employees this is going to be very hard. I appreciate all the work that is going into looking at options to give our employees choices that will be more cost-effective for them. And I know we will continue to pursue that. And with that, that concludes our budget priority discussion. Excellent, again, presentation. A lot of work has gone into this. And we'll continue to work together as a team to do the best that we can. Thank you. All right, Dr. Vasquez, where are we? We on to our charter
Yes.
discussion? Okay, thank you.
Chair, could we take
Pardon me?
could we take like a 10-minute break to allow
I think
for
that
the
would be a good
transition?
idea.
Perfect.
Yes. We're going to start in 30 seconds. All right, we're back in session, and our next item on the agenda is 4.02 for a charter application for Achieve Point Virtual Academy North. And Dr. Vasquez, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Greg Moody, who is the executive leader for School Choice, and Dr. Kia Scott, who will be sharing information about the application for Achieve Point Virtual Academy North District.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, Madam Chair, board members. Achieve Point today, part of the process for charter applications for this board is to have the charter applicant come before this board in a work session so that they can present. And what Achieve Point will do today is offer you a brief presentation on their charter application, the school they propose. And following that, Dr. Scott will ask a few questions to the board, to the founding board of this charter, and then we will turn it over to our board for further comments and or questions either to us or to the charter applicant. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also introduce Gina Dole, also one of the members of the charter staff with School Choice. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Scott.
Good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, school board members, and Dr. Vasquez. Today we are meeting with the governing board of the proposed Achieve Point Virtual Academy North District Charter School. The Achieve Point Florida, Inc. governing board will partner with Achieve Learning as the educational services provider. The applicant team will share a PowerPoint presentation that will provide an overview of the proposed school. After, the School Choice staff will ask some clarifying questions pertaining to the application. Finally, you will have the opportunity to ask questions you may have of the applicant team. Presenting today, we have Michelle Schmidt from Achieve Learning, Rob Sparks, Board Chair, Lydia Todd, Achieve Learning, and Robin Wise from Graduation Alliance. And you may begin when you're ready.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Board Chair and Dr. Vasquez, the Superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present today.
Can you just, I'm so sorry. Can you just make sure that it's on and pull it up close to you?
Okay.
Think
It is not on.
Yeah. Is it on?
Is it
Okay,
on
just
now?
make sure it's up close to you. You have to like really.
close. I have to be really, really close.
There you go.
Is this better? Okay, thank you, board member. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Rob Sparks. I am the board chair for Achieve Point, Florida, and very much appreciative and thankful for your time this afternoon. We're here to ask for and submit the application related to Achieve Point Academy North. It's important. It's different. We believe it is meaningful for us towards being able to find a way to support a segment of the population who is disengaged with the education system, sometimes also called the alternative to the alternative. These individuals are students who have left the system, and we're trying to find a way to help bring them back into an education program, and we'll talk more about that as we move through. So before I begin, I do want to introduce who's here and who is not. Our full board member makes every effort to attend in person because members are not permitted to join virtually. Those who were unable to attend in person are not here, but I'll introduce you to those that are. First and foremost from the board, I'd also like to introduce Ira Paul and Vicky, who are here with us today. Ira Paul is our longest standing board member, having served since 2012 with over 30 years experience in education. His continuity, experience, and commitment to the students we serve have been foundational to our success. Vicki Huckey McWright brings more than 3 decades of leadership in tech and ed tech, with a proven ability to scale companies through complex transitions, including 5 acquisitions and multiple ownerships and changes. She has driven over 100 million in synergies, and her experience will be instrumental as we grow and innovate. We do have two board members, Dr. Melissa Hartz and Jeff Mayer, who are unable to attend today. They are active, they are engaged, and they are fully supportive of this application process. I do want to emphasize this is a volunteer board. These are individuals who have chosen to dedicate their time and expertise to serving students in their communities and within the state of Florida. This is really where I want to start, because this is our foundation. We have a strong track record in Florida, operating brick and mortar charter schools serving this exact population. Most of our schools rate commendable, and that is always our goal. More importantly, we have a track record with students. These are students who, before entering our schools, often had no realistic path to graduation. From a statutory perspective, we are required to work with the Florida Department of Education VIP provider. We chose one of the best in the industry with the students we serve, Graduation Alliance. They bring a proven model for re-engaging students who have left the system. Those thousands of graduates have gone through Graduation Alliance, and there's a significant amount of great credit completion success that they have achieved. This is a combination of a governing board with a proven track record in Florida and a partner with a proven track record of re-engaging students who have effectively a 0% chance of graduating. In terms of demonstrating capacity, accountability, and readiness, one of the things we want to be able to do is just walk you through the need for this type of service. And let me see if I've got my notes right. The need for this school is not theoretical, it is very real. Graduation rates at approximately 42%. Many students still enrolled beyond 4 years, some drop out entirely. These are students who are not failing because of ability. They are failing because the system is not meeting their needs. These students are the students we serve already today. They're overaged, undercredited, disengaged, and often facing real-life barriers. Many of these students cannot attend a traditional brick-and-mortar setting, even in the schools we operate today. This model allows us to serve those same students with the same level of support and tenacity in a format that meets their reality. This is not just a virtual learning. It is a full support system around the student, both teachers, academic coaches, and tutors. In our schools, every student is known, monitored, and supported. From an educational design perspective, the model combines flexibility with structured accountability. Individual graduation plans, credit pacing, and continuous monitoring. Students are not left to navigate this on their own. We are actively monitoring progress and intervening when needed. From a curriculum and standards perspective, flexibility does not mean less rigor. We are standards aligned, mastery-based, Florida state certified teachers. Students earn credit by demonstrating mastery, not just time spent. Student performance and accountability is where this all starts. Everything we do comes back to student outcomes. Credit accumulation, engagement, and graduation are key measures. As a board, this is what we monitor most closely: student success, performance, and engagement. No student disengages without intervention. The tiered support system that we offer through MTSS is a clear 3-level escalation system. There's a proactive intervention. We don't wait for students to fail. Consistent, targeted intervention, clear progress monitoring, and promoting equity by ensuring that interventions are based on the student need rather than a label. We act early and we act intentionally. Related to ESE services, I have to flip that page. We also serve students with disabilities, ensuring they receive appropriate services as a core responsibility of the board. This model provides a full continuum of ESE services. It is not limited by being virtual. Students receive services based on their individual needs, as outlined in their IEPs, just as they would in a traditional school setting. Those services can include direct instruction, small group support, accommodations, and related services such as therapy and counseling. All services are aligned with federal and state requirements, including IDEA, and are designed to ensure students receive a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. From a governance perspective, the board ensures that these systems are in place, that the services are delivered as required, and that student progress is monitored. The goal is simple. Every student, regardless of need, has access to support required to successfully complete their towards graduation. For ELL, we also serve students who are English language learners, and it's important that they have the full access to the program. Identification through home language surveys, WIDA screeners are tools that help to support us in that model. Students receive instruction and support aligned to their language needs, delivered by certified ESOL teachers. The goal is the same, ensuring every student, regardless of background, has a clear and supported path to graduation. In terms of governance structure, this is where the board plays its most important role. The board retains full authority over the school. Academic oversight, financial oversight, policy, and leadership accountability. Our board members focus on two primary areas: student performance and financial performance. This is the same governance model we use in our brick and mortar, and it works. We are consistently asking, are students progressing towards graduation? From the management, and I got up to 16, 17, sorry. This slide outlines how the work is carried out, but accountability remains with the board. School leadership, through Achieve Learning, is responsible for implementation and day-to-day operations of the school board. The board holds Achieve Learning and the school leadership accountable. Graduation Alliance brings a proven model of re-engaging students who have already left school, along with the curriculum and tools required to allow students to be successful in the virtual environment. This is a combination of a board with a strong track record and partners with proven abilities to re-engage students and lead schools. The board owns the outcomes, always. From a compliance framework, strong outcomes require strong systems. Ongoing compliance monitoring, alignment to state and district expectations. We don't wait for issues, we identify and we address them early. From an internal review process, this is how we ensure that there's continuous improvement over time. We're continuous monitoring, making adjustments, and ensuring that the necessary support there is to help both the school leaders and the students and those that are in the classroom to succeed. If something isn't working for students, we expect to see that quickly, and we expect action. The model is supported by a full team focused on student success: teachers, coaches, counselors. This is not just an instruction, it is a comprehensive support system. Staffing scales with enrollment, allowing us to maintain quality while remaining financially responsible. Our financial model is designed to be conservative and scalable. It is enrollment-driven with multiple scenarios. We have planned for variability, and that's what gives us confidence in this model. We bring a strong track record of financial success in our existing schools. The board maintains full oversight of all financial matters. Monthly reviews, independent audits, and internal controls are in place to ensure that the organization operates, and there's transparency and accountability. We don't just approve the budget, we actively monitor performance. Financial oversight is one of the board's core responsibilities, and we take it seriously. I'll close by bringing this back to what matters most. This is not about creating another school. This is about reaching students who have no path to graduation, who have already left, and giving them a chance, giving them a path back into education and back into getting graduating. We have the track record, we have the model, and most importantly, we have the commitment to serve these students. Board Chair, I will close there.
Dr. Vasquez?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Scott.
All right, thank you. Let's see some of the questions we have from our review team of the charter application. As you know, you submitted a few copies, just a few copies to our office, and it has been distributed to our school board members as well as different departments in the that review our charter applications. So first question, In the application, the target population is students in grades 9 through 12 who have dropped out of school or are not totally actively enrolled. How will you identify and recruit students?
As mentioned earlier in terms of the approach that we will take towards being able to identify and bring those students back in, if operationally, if you're okay, can I bring it to one of my experts in the leadership team? And I'll pass it over to Robin.
Thank you very much. Hopefully I'm speaking close enough. Graduation Alliance has worked with dropout retrieval and dropout recovery students since 2007. We're the leader in this field. We find students that other schools can't find. We partner currently with a number of large districts in the state of Florida to locate this population. We do it through a number of different ways. Some of that is through direct list from our district partners, but in this situation, we are going to find students that are not enrolled in their school or any school all across the state. And so what this does is provides access to students that don't have another way to go. And so because of our marketing and because of our number of years that we have been in the field, we can locate these students and we can get them re-engaged in the education system.
Thank you. Page 2 of the application states that Graduation Alliance dropout recovery programs significantly outperformed national benchmarks for similar programs. How was this determined? Were the programs 100% virtual like what is presented in the application, or were they brick and mortar schools?
And if you're all right, I'll pass that to Robin.
Absolutely. We worked with Mission Measurement, who is an external external source, and they did look at only other virtual schools. They compared our model compared to other outcomes, and we performed significantly greater, but also at a reduced cost compared to our counterparts. And so it's not looking at just what we have done from an internal perspective, but it's looking at companies similar to us, and our outcomes outperform them.
And the second part of the question is, how many virtual charter schools do you operate currently?
We currently operate 2 virtual charter schools, and we have 1 hybrid.
Okay. And are those in Florida?
No, none of those are currently in Florida.
Okay. Thank you. Number 3, students have 24/7 access to the learning management system, allowing them to complete coursework at times that align with work schedules, family responsibilities, or other life circumstances. How will you ensure participation with synchronous instructional support? And how will you implement accommodations, mental health services, tutoring, etc., when you cannot determine when students will be actively participating in courses?
I'm going to pass that to Lydia.
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, I think we both answer the same. So we actively use data to ensure students are engaged within the system. We have multiple sources of data that comes directly from the learning management system offered by Graduation Alliance. That's why we both can answer this question equally. So by doing so, the access allows those students to engage at the time that works best for them. The data allows us to ensure that they are engaging and actively working, and then we're able to respond to that data with the supports through academic coaching, increased tutoring, live sessions, et cetera.
Can I just supplement that? Because I think one of the things that we've seen both in the application relative to some of the tools and the technology that Graduation brings along to it, it's the people, it's the resources and the counseling and the advice, because that's what makes the difference in terms of ensuring that they're able to support these learners through this process at times where those learners may or may not be kind of directly, in a 9-to-5 schedule.
And what do you do if students are not engaging?
It's up to you.
I can take it.
The data is a big piece of it. So all of our students are paired with an academic coach, and the academic coach's role is to really serve as that mentor. One of my favorite pieces is going to graduations ceremonies and hearing students and give their speeches, and they always shout out their academic coaches. Their academic coaches meet with them based on the students' needs and schedules. They have extended times to meet with those students and different platforms when they can do that. And so we know quickly when a student is not interacting with the system based on data, but we know even more so because their academic coaches are meeting with them continuously. When a student's not engaged as they should, those services then are actually, we do MTSS as well as behavior plans for if somebody's attendance is interfering with their academic performance, and then touch points will increase. So instead of meeting once every 3 days with a student, they may have a check-in point every day with the student to go over their grades, to go over their progress, to make sure they're staying on track. So it's a combination of data and the human support.
And the next question from the team basically is tied to that question. Without a set schedule, how will IEP services and ESOL supports be implemented?
Absolutely. That is all scheduled one-on-one with the student. So those services, depending on what those services are within the IEP and or English learner plan, the certified teacher will meet with that student based on an agreed upon schedule. So the student, those services, if they have direct services, will be scheduled. They're not whenever the student can access those, but they will work with the student's schedule because a lot of our students, especially those that are older, do have full-time jobs to help support the family. And so we will work with that student to make sure that they can get access to those services upon their schedule.
Thank you. How will the school meet the requirement of holding 2 meetings in the school district where the charter school is located?
The board meeting?
Yes.
So right now, the board meeting operates, we have 6 schools that we operate with primarily, and we run both a virtual version and an in-person version in each one of those site locations, and the board attends one of those locations.
Okay. All right, thank you. Why is the school's board not taking on the responsibility and authority of hiring, determining staffing levels for the school, assigning duties to supervise, evaluate, and discipline, and when necessary, terminate, replace school personnel? This was referenced on page 78, says Achieve Learning will, in consultation with the governing board, have the responsibility and authority to determine staffing levels for the school, recruit, select, hire, assign duties, supervise, evaluate, terminate, and replace school personnel.
Dr. Scott, if you're okay, I'll ask Lydia to respond to that.
Yes, so what we did there is that is currently how the board operates with the management company and has for quite some time. And so because the relationship with the board and the management company has been so strong, we are able to really work together to make sure that we're serving the schools, that the schools have the resources that they need, whether they be human resources or whatever, and that we're making those decisions together, but we do take on kind of more of the administrative tasks that goes along with that human resource component.
Thank you. Page 90 of the application states that Achieve Point Virtual Academy District North will limit the enrollment process to students considered at risk of dropping out of school. This appears to contradict the target population's focus on students who have officially withdrawn from a Florida public school and are not currently enrolled in another K-12 educational program. Please explain your recruitment plan.
The recruitment plan, that does seem to contradict itself, and that is that I apologize for that, because that is absolutely, we have a very narrow focus on the student population that we are going to approach. It will be students that have already dropped out, and are not currently engaged in any school system.
Let's see, estimated year 1 FEFP totals $646,188. The Virtual Provider Graduation Alliance will charge the school 92% of the FEFP less direct expenses incurred by the school. The total cost of services per the Graduation Alliance agreement, based on the function and object codes provided in the narrative, is $445,216. How did you come up with the percentage as the school expenses total $232,000?
Thank you. And if you're okay, I can pass that to our VP of
Sure.
Finance, Michelle.
So the 92% is after the school expenses, and that leaves 92% of the remaining dollars available. To this cost split is to Graduation Alliance to provide all of the services that we've talked about so far. It's a very comprehensive package of services. The remaining 8% is then used for board-related expenses such as audit, insurance, and then as the school grows, establishing and maintaining a reserve fund.
Thank you. The school will receive a loan from the governing board in the amount of $210,000. What funding source will the governing board be using to provide the loan?
Those funds will be coming from the Achieve Point Florida Board, as you mentioned, who currently, across all of their schools, have a reserve of close to $10 million. Those, under recent state law, that board and those schools are allowed to loan on a 5-year term, loans to other schools even within other districts, and that is the source of the funds for that loan.
Thank you. What will the school use to address concerning behaviors and threats under the new Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management Model? The application referenced CSTAG, however, that model has not been used as of January 2024.
We're going to throw one to one of our operational leaders.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I'll give her one. And do you need the question?
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Kate, could you repeat the question?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
What will the school use to address concerning behaviors and threats under the new Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management Model? The application referenced CSTAG, however, that has been out of place since January of 2024.
Right. Thank you for the question. The school has a comprehensive emergency response plan that covers all situations. And so that will be, the emergency plan will be in accordance to the process that is currently in place within the state of Florida in accordance with the new Florida plan.
And what is your understanding of training requirements for the threat management team?
The threat management team, a minimum of 80% of the staff needs to be trained. And so typically what we do is to ensure all staff members are trained.
Okay. And last question, from our perspective, virtual charter schools have the ability to enroll students from other counties in Florida. You submitted a similar application for a virtual charter in Osceola County, which has recently been approved. What is the need for a duplicate program in Orange County, and what is the benefit?
Go ahead. I'll pass that to Lydia. Thanks.
Yes, so the intent is to be able to be close to the students, not just from a virtual perspective, but from a physical perspective as well. So what we've done is, just by the name, we've split the state kind of from north to south. That will help with testing, that will help with anything that we need to do with students that require that in-person involvement and to truly build that school culture around that as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Vasquez, turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Madam Chair, we're ready now to have the board interact with the board of the proposed charter.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. Let me begin with Member Ferrant.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. First, for caring about students, and especially these kids who are kind of falling through the cracks and really need somebody to come alongside of them. So I appreciate you for caring about that. I am a little curious. My question was, it's a virtual school, correct? Not an in-person school. So if it's virtual, now also hearing that it's in Osceola, I guess I'm just a little confused when we have, like, for instance, we have FLVS or Florida Virtual. They don't have to be in every county to operate. They're somewhere, Tallahassee or wherever they're at. But they provide services all throughout Florida. So if you're based in Osceola, what would be the need to have a second one, and why are students having to come in person to do testing?
So there is in-person testing that is required for our students to graduate, and so we do have to facilitate that. So that does have a geographic component to it. In addition, there are also cases in which students with special needs may need their services delivered in person. So having that, being able to really look at Florida in two different parts, and really be able to have one school that focuses on the south part of Florida and one school that focuses on the north part, will allow us to scale that just in a better way that meets the needs of the students.
Okay. And then when you say that, though, if like North Florida, we're kind of like central, both of these are in the center. So
Yeah.
just curious on that.
It really was just about making sure that we could, just from a logistical standpoint, that we could really look at the state and make sure that we could just focus on a specific group of students.
Got it. We do have some schools within Orange County that provide these services. They're in person. So I like the fact that it is virtual and you provide the help. I guess it's just a little, I just have never seen it where you do it in like every county. So you'll be just in Osceola and Orange, or you'll be spreading out more?
For now, the plan is just Osceola and Orange for now. If we do find that I don't foresee that changing, quite frankly. And every day in our brick and mortar schools, every day we find students that aren't able to attend, even in a kind of more hybrid learning environment. And so this really is in direct answer to a need that we do see in our brick and mortar schools every day.
Got it. Okay. I guess it just seems still a little confusing why you would have it, north and south. I understand maybe the concept, but they're literally right next to each other. And then if you're servicing then maybe a kid from Miami, how is that helping them by being in Osceola? It's not really helping them. And then if you're servicing somebody in Tallahassee, that's not really helping. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that part is a little confusing, but I am appreciative that you are trying to help our students.
Thank you, Member Ferrant. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Want to go back to, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate you being here. Wanted to go back to the question about the track record for the virtual schools. You mentioned that you had 2 other virtual schools and 1 hybrid in a different state. How long have those been in operation?
I don't know off the top of my head. Our Ohio virtual school. Thank you. 2018. I would have to validate that. And then our Detroit, we have one in Detroit. That is going on our 2nd year. And the hybrid is our 1st year.
Got it. Thank you. And then another question I had was, I think this was, I'm sorry, I think it was one of the first slides you had. And first of all, I appreciate that you have indicated that your charter school is accredited by Cognia. But on the first page, you showed that the school was rated commendable. What does that mean? Is that an A, or how does that translate?
So alternative accountability here in the state of Florida, when you serve a specific group of students, there is alternative accountability. Those accountability ratings are commendable meets, and so our schools typically are commendable, and that is always our goal, to be commendable, even though we are in the alternative space.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that.
Absolutely.
Another question was under the governance structure, and this was a concern that was raised by, I think, Dr. Scott, because I understand and appreciate that the board is governed by Florida Sunshine and Public Records, which all schools receiving taxpayer money should be. But it sounds like a lot of the board duties are really being outsourced to Graduation Alliance, and Achieve Learning. And so I'm wondering, does Sunshine and Open Records apply to those two entities as well?
So Sunshine and Open Records, absolutely, right? That is, Open Records is kind of universal. The Sunshine Law is specifically, isn't the Sunshine Law, I don't want to speak out of turn here. I know Sunshine is sort of.
No, I can speak for Graduation Alliance. We are the curriculum provider, and we are the teachers and the staff provider. And so that is our role with the board, and the board is completely separate from us. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear on what our services are. We're providing the curriculum, we're providing the platform. We also will provide the technology, computer and internet access, and then the teachers. But that is it, and we are a service provider.
Okay, so you are not subject to Florida Sunshine or public records laws?
We fall under the VIP laws, and so we go through an annual financial audit that is then turned to the board, and so they have the financial records, as well as we go through an annual data review process with the Florida Department of Education. Our data is publicly posted, and then it's a 3-year review process. So that is how we work in the state.
Okay, so it sounds like there is a review and there is an audit, but the answer to the question is you're not actually subject to Florida Sunshine and Open Records.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you want to add anything, John? You're giving me faces, but if you don't need to add anything, that's okay.
I'd have to see the underlying structure. Advisory committees to which the board has delegated some authority under their powers are usually subject to sunshine law and public records. I don't know exactly how theirs are set up, so I hesitate to say one way or the other. I'd have to get Dr. Scott to get more information coming out of that to review it. But generally, advisory committees to which board powers have been delegated for them to make a recommendation on things like curriculum committees for us. If we have a committee that looks and recommends curriculum to the board, that would be sunshine required meetings to occur. So I'd have to get more information on this.
Right, and I guess that was sort of my question that was generated from Dr. Scott, was if the board is outsourcing those approvals, then it would not be subject to sunshine.
If they're outsourcing the approvals, I think it would be subject to sunshine, because then it takes the place of the board acting there. And so at that point, I think the case law is pretty clear that those committees that have been given decision-making authority are subject to sunshine law.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So would that also apply to Achieve Learning as well, or?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, the expectation from the board is that we are responsible to, we are accountable to, or the schools are accountable to the board. And that's Achieve Point, all the schools. Achieve Learning provides some of that education service providing management. They are accountable to us.
Okay. And so they're also subject to sunshine and open records?
Yes, as an advisor, yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you. That's very good to know. I just had a couple more questions. So you were, and I'm a little confused. I know Member Ferrant was kind of going down this path. So we're talking about the facility. So you would have a facility where students could come in person for testing and like possibly other services as well, or just testing?
So there are rare occurrences where services within the IP do need to be done in person, and so that would be to find someone that can do that travels to the student, and that would be done through, we would accommodate that. For state testing, what we do is we actually basically heat map where our students are. We set up locations that are geographically accessible to them, and then we provide state certified proctors to administer the testing and follow all testing law rules.
Okay, so am I understanding it correctly that you won't actually have a facility? You just are kind of like renting out places to do testing or IEP meetings?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess because you had said that there would be a place or a facility where students could go to like help build culture. So I just wanted
No,
to-
no, we were, that was just generally speaking about culture, that all schools have a specific culture and you want to build that culture. And so looking at the locations, kind of how the schools have been set up, that would become part of the school, that particular school's culture.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Do we have, and you were speaking about how you will be recruiting students, and I'm wondering, knowing that we have a credit recovery charter here, several schools in Orange County already, and that the dropout rates from Orange County have actually decreased over the years, does that give you any concern about your student population?
No, because if we look across the state, and I'll let Robin answer this a little bit more definitively.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that in large urban hubs, there's different options for students. We also know there's a lot of outliers in the state and rural areas where the students have no other option. And so it's twofold, right? So we're looking at those students that don't have access to alternate sources of ways to get a high school diploma, but we're also looking at a scheduling. A lot of students can't go to the traditional, even alternative programs, because of the time that those services are offered. And so that is the population that we're looking for. We're looking for those students that don't have access in where they live, and we're looking at students that can't access what is available to them because of their life circumstances.
Mm-hmm. Why did you make the decision to open here in Orange County?
In Orange County, a central location is a big piece of that, correct? So as we're looking at the state and as we're looking at trying to build those community hubs, and we do outreach, we do opportunities where students have time to come and meet each other if they have the ability to do that. And so by building areas where we have, again, the heat map, where we can go, we look at for testing, we look at is there an outing that we can have, a meet and greet where we can have. And so as we're looking at the state, what better place than Orange County to have meet and greets and have opportunities where we can bring students together. And so it was really an ideal location for that and to build culture.
Yeah, I guess I'm just confused if we're if Orange County is sort of the northern part, like would that, and you're kind of targeting, it sounds like rural areas that maybe don't have the kind of opportunities that we have in Orange County already for credit recovery charter schools.
And or those students that cannot access what's available because of the hours that it's offered. So it's two-pronged.
Right. Okay, thank you. I'll let other board members ask. Thank you so much for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gallo?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you guys for being here today. I have a couple of questions. So I understand you're doing the recovery classes, the recovery courses for those students that need it the most. But I know some of my fellow board members up here have talked about, like the Florida Virtual, they do recovery courses as well across the state. So what is different about what you will be offering versus what Florida Virtual can already offer to the students at any time that they need it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the human touch. What we offer is true wraparound services. So as I mentioned earlier, we have the advocate, and they will serve as that student's touch point. And that is more powerful, and I wish we had a little video to show you. It is so powerful, that connection. A lot of our academic advisors actually graduated from us, and they were touched by their mentor, right? And so they're doing this and giving back. And so that is huge. Access to tutoring 24/7, and that's content area. So if you need algebra support, it doesn't matter when you need algebra support because of our network. And they have access to that when they need it. Same thing with our teachers. They have the ability to schedule one-on-one time with the teachers for additional support. And so you have this team that comes together that are always there based on when the student needs it. And that's not typical in other virtual models.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And the PowerPoint that you shared, it states that I think 43.4% graduated. Is that your number? Like that 43.4%? Is that the amount of the percentage of students that have graduated from your charter school?
I think that was credits earned per month, that number. And so our models will.
It says 42.6 graduated. Orange alternative cohort data for 24-25.
That's not ours.
That's not yours. Okay.
No, that's orange.
That's
in
our
district.
data.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So I guess I'd have to, do we have that data?
We can pull it. In fact, I'll check with Dr. Sasser.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so how many have you graduated? Like what is the,
What's
what
our
is the percentage of
percent?
graduates that come out of your charter?
We are currently around 50%, but I want to make sure that everybody understands this is a dropout student. So we were at 0%. And that's why Mission Measurement found us as the highest performing standard, because 50% out of 0% is a significant growth.
And of the 50% that have graduated, how long does it typically take them to get there? Like how many years are they with you before they graduate, or what is the average age of a graduate?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I can't give you the exact number because sometimes we find students that need a half a credit. And there's other times there's a 17-year-old with 0 credits. And so when we are looking at these students that have been so disengaged, they're all over the book, right? They're not one source. So I don't have our national number. What I can tell you is nationally we partner with hundreds of school districts across the country to do this. And we graduate about 550 students a month nationally. Our graduation rates continue to grow, and our numbers that we're impacting continue to grow.
That's wonderful. And do you have at least like the average age of a person who graduates?
I don't, because we service students, mainly high school students, all the way up to no age, depending on our program. So our model that we support, our dropout recovery, it doesn't matter the age, depending on the state. If they allow adult education, we support that population as well. And so we don't have that separated out like our data, because we serve all ages.
Okay. And so do you only offer traditional diplomas and graduations, or do you have different types of diplomas, and do you do anything in like the GED realm?
We do not do a GED. Our students get a state high school diploma. So whatever the state requirements are is what we do. So we will do the Excel model, the 18 credit, or the 22, depending if it's appropriate for the student. So those will be the 2 tracks in Florida.
Okay, great. And then we talked about the ESE students and the services. What therapies do you offer? Do you offer all the therapies for ESE students?
Correct. It's whatever has been determined by the IEP committee, then those services will be provided. It could be speech, OT, orientation, visual orientation, whatever it is that student needs, we will provide those services.
If a student comes to you with an IEP, do you honor that IEP, or does it have to go through a brand new IEP meeting before you can provide those resources?
Absolutely. So every student will have a move-in IEP. Those IEPs will be reviewed. And normally, if everybody feels it's appropriate, they would be accepted as they are. But if the IEP committee determines that it's not appropriate, then those would be rewritten depending on what that team decides.
And any ESE services that require one-on-one in-person services, that's where you use the heat map and you send them directly to their home?
Not typically the home. We usually find a library or a community center somewhere. We typically don't like to go the home because of safety reasons. Correct.
What if the student doesn't have access to get to the library or the place that you've rented? What happens then?
We are required to provide transportation for IEP students if that's the situation that the parent or the student that can't get them to that location, yes.
Okay. And then, okay, with that, Vanos already asked that question. I think that is all the questions I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Felder?
First of all, thank you for your presentation. It is unique in that you are offering this type of services, virtual services for students. I have 3 questions, and you may have answered some of them, but maybe I think I may need some more clarifications. Number 1, I have a question regarding special needs children. Students that perhaps may be using like DT machines and so forth, or children that have physical kinds of things that have to occur that some of your ESC teachers have to work with, like maybe diaper changes and things of that nature. Do you have something in place for those students that maybe in dropout for whatever reasons? Do you have something in place to make sure those children get the education they need and get the services? Can you provide them with those services with your virtual school?
Yeah, again, it would have to go to an IEP decision to say if that's the appropriate placement for the student. We do work with a lot of different assistive technology. We will go to assistive technology lending libraries as well to find supports for students, and then if necessary, if those, depending on the lending library, sometimes they give you so much time, we would purchase an item if needed. But typically, those types of services are available, and we.
So
can,
you're going to have the teachers that are able to work with those students?
So again, I can't answer that question because it would be unique. We'd need to look at what the students' abilities are, and then that would be an IEP team decision to say if it's an appropriate placement.
Okay. My next question, and I think Dr. Scott kind of mentioned it. You said the $210,000 funding that you would get. It appears problematic to me, like, because we didn't get, where is that funding coming from?
So the $210,000 is actually a loan from the Achieve Point Florida Board under a 5-year interest-free promissory note from other schools within the network.
A promissory note?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and my last question. There is, self-discipline required for any student to be successful with virtual learning. So how will you monitor that?
Are you talking about just attendance and engagement?
Attendance and engagement, yeah.
That's a great question. So how VIPs are structured as far as funding, students are funded based on course completion. So the expectation for our students is that they complete 0.5 credits per month over the 12 months, which will keep them on track for 6 credits a year, the same as their same age and grade peers in a traditional setting. And so that data every month, that is the goal at minimum, that the student keeps that 0.5 pace. Our students are structured that they take 1 course at a time. Because instead of trying to manage 6 courses at once, it's easier to focus on 1 course. And so between the academic coach checking in with the student, making sure that they're on pace, they are looking at the student's interaction as far as there's weekly assignments that have to be completed. And if there's struggles, then that academic coach is helping them go and connect with the tutor. And so it's just that constant, continuous wraparound services and support to get those students across the finish line each month.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Member Felder. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had a couple follow-up questions. I'm kind of going along with what Member Felder was asking. You know, I guess I just have questions. If a student isn't logging on to do their coursework, I'm not sure they would be logging on to meet with, you know, a counselor or an advisor. And I say that as having two students who tried online classes, and yeah. So I'm just kind of curious how you navigate that.
Yeah, and it does happen. So that absolutely happens where students, sometimes we can't get them to engage, but we have a heavy outreach and we do text. We get permission to text the students as well. And so that's the best way when they aren't logging in and we can't get them to get into the portal, is that through a text, get them to be re-engaged. Again, we are the last stop for these students. There's very few options after this, and many students understand that, but we need that re-engagement time to get them to understand that. But that's how we get them. If they're not logging into the portal, is that we will connect with them via phone and via text.
Okay. And is that usually successful?
Surprisingly, yes. And the other thing that is successful is after 2 months of not making performance, they go on probation. And that is typically very successful because that's when real life sets in.
Got
But
it.
they came back for a reason. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then just following up on that section 2 is how do you, because we have some online credit recovery that we do here at OCPS, and I mean, cheating is rampant. So how do you monitor that?
Yeah, and AI is real. We know that our teachers receive training on how to identify AI. We have a reporting process that goes up to we call them principals, the leads of our teachers, and that is in our student handbook. It's not tolerated. The student will receive a warning the first time and a redo of that assignment, but the second time, then that is something that is the students, are they going to be able to continue in the program at that point?
Okay. I mean, because I think AI is definitely an issue. Cheating with AI is obviously huge and out of control. But there's also just old school cheating with like your friend that's sitting next to you. So, which seems cute at this point, honestly. So I just wonder about how are you able to monitor that, or how do you address that?
Correct. So the teachers, again, we go a lot of training on our process. We don't have to worry about so much as the students sitting next to them in our environment. But the biggest piece of it, too, in the end, is they have the same assessment standards as any student. They have to pass the English EOC, ELA EOC, as well as the math EOC. And so it is that continuous conversation with students is, if you decide to make those choices, you're not going to graduate because you're not going to have the skills in order to pass the assessments to earn the diploma.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I also want to follow up on another question that Member Felder had, just talking about the $210,000 loan. I know you said that comes from a reserve that is from other schools in the network, but I thought you also said it had $10 million. So I was just wondering, like, where does that money come from?
So that the $10 million that I mentioned are actually the sum of the the Chief Point, Florida has currently 7 charter schools in the state of Florida. The sum of the reserves for all of those schools is just under $10 million. And then the loan is made possible through recent Florida law changes that allowed charter schools to make loans to schools outside of their district. They just must be repaid within 5 years, and that is why the promissory note is a 5-year note.
Okay, and the reserves is just funded from just the normal funding that you
is
get
from-
per student from the state?
Right.
That's all
over
that's made
a
up of the
large,
reserves?
Over a large bit of time. I mean, these
Yeah.
schools have been in existence for, how long? About 15 years.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And
Yeah.
one last question is, and I apologize, this was a long application, so I believe I saw that the administrator's salary in the budget is $45,000. Is that like, is that an administrator, is that a principal, and is that just, does that person only serve at one school, or is that over a number of schools?
So, so we did split that into two because it's we have such small projections for each school. So it didn't make sense to have a full-time principal. So that principal executive director in this case would be probably a shared position with either one of our brick and mortar schools or with another, the other virtual school, just depending.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right. That concludes all the questions from board members. Mr. Palmerini, you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that when we're going over the disability section, I want to make sure that the board's clear what the law actually is. So with respect to students with disabilities, the charter statute's very clear that students with disabilities shall have an equal opportunity from being selected for enrollment in a charter school. Law also says they have to follow all of the requirements of the statutes dealing with students with disabilities. Now, with respect to IEP plans, when the student comes in with an IEP plan, the school's responsible, and we do it when we get students coming in from outside, we're responsible for implementing the IEP until such time as we've collected enough data to say, okay, maybe there needs to be a change in the student services. There would be some justification for it. The IEP team would then reconvene and then make sure that they make the changes in accordance with the meeting, and all of the folks who are in there, the experts, the gen ed teacher, the special ed teacher, all the folks that need to be in there would be in that meeting. So students with disabilities can go to this charter school. They have to have an equal opportunity to be enrolled, and these folks would have to implement IEPs until such time as they've collected enough data to change it. So I wanted to make sure that was very clear.
All right, thank you, Mr. Palmerini. The one thing that that I heard that gives me some confidence in the question about cheating, if I'm understanding this correctly, there's an end of course in-person test that's proctored for every student. So I think at the end of the day, that's accountable. So anyway, I appreciate you all being here. And if there's any follow-up questions, I know you'll hear from our team. And if the board members have any follow-up questions, we'll funnel them through you, Mr. Moody and Dr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, board, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Vasquez, I have a question for you. So it's 2:45. We have lunch. And then I can take the question back. We have two rule development, or two policies. Just wondering your thoughts on how time sensitive are those? I mean, they may be. I just want to know because. Pardon me? Okay, absolutely. Mr. Palmery?
So we have advertised both of these policies, and I believe we're looking for May 12th approvals for it.
Yeah.
One of the policies, policy JICK, there's some materials in there, some changes we need to make in response to feedback we've received from the Office of Safe Schools. So especially with respect to that one, I would like to get through that.
And May 12th is around the corner. One other question. Do we have any public comments that we are aware of for the rule development at this time? Okay. All right. We're going to take a brief recess for lunch. And we'll be back here hopefully in about 15 minutes. Hopefully. Hopefully.
Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order. I believe where we left off was policy JICK threats. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The team is bringing back revisions to policy JICK. As you know, we've had several conversations around this policy. And so I am going to turn it over to staff to present the proposed changes.
And before staff starts, I have just been able to get into BoardDocs, so it appears to be back up in case anybody does want to get into it. It had been down. BoardDocs had been down for quite a while. I now have been able to re-log into it, so in case you want to get into it.
We're not projecting.
Good afternoon. Chair Byrd, Superintendent Vasquez, board and cabinet members. Today we are here to present the updates to board policy JICK due to the proposed changes to Rule 6A-1.0019 Florida Administrative Code, and based on the feedback we received from the visit from the Office of Safe Schools. I have with me Chief Holmes and Angela Zambo from the District Threat Management Team. And my name is Alkivia Haynes, Staff Attorney with the Office of Legal Services. Throughout the policy, you will see formatting and grammatical changes and changes where the acronym was substituted for the full title. We will not go over those changes if it's okay with you all. The first change will be on page 2. We added the word unfounded to align with the updated rule language. Next, we're going to skip to page 5. We added under subsection A1A prior to the start of the school year to align with the updated rule language. Page 6, under subsection 2B, we added the district threat management team must include the primary district threat management coordinator serving as the chair of the district threat management team, and must also include the secondary district threat management coordinator to align with updated rule language. Under subsection 2C, we clarified that the primary district threat management coordinator reports to the school safety specialist instead of the chief of police. Currently, they are the same position, but this may not be the case in the future. On page 7, subsection 3, we added the school-based threat management team or DT, district threat management team member who does not complete the required training. I misspoke. Under C2, we clarified who is required to take additional training specific to their roles, which includes the primary district threat management coordinator, the secondary district threat management coordinator, the school-based threat management chair, the school-based threat management vice chair, and also our district trainers to align with the updated rule language. On page 8, under subsection 3, we added any school-based threat management team member or district threat management team member who does not complete the required training timely must not serve on either the school-based threat management team or the district threat management team in any capacity until the required training is completed. This was added for clarification and based on the feedback from the Office of Safe School Visit. Under subsection 4, we added a new section which reads, each school shall annually provide guidance and training to all students, faculty, and staff regarding recognizing concerning behavior or threats, their roles and responsibilities in reporting such behavior, and the various options for submitting a report, including anonymous reporting. This training must be completed by September 1st of each school year, and schools shall utilize the training and support materials issued by the primary district threat management coordinator to satisfy this requirement. Further down on the same page, under subsection D, the procedures for threat management teams, under 2, we replace principal designee with the school-based threat management chair for clarity. Under subsection 2A, the threat management team shall document each meeting in the Florida School Safety and Threat Management portal and include the meeting dates, team members in attendance, SSMPs discussed, which the SSMP is the Student Support Management Plan, with the accompanying action taken and any other items discussed. If the school-based threat management team does not have any active SSMPs to discuss, they must document any other information discussed at their meeting, and all SSMPs must be reviewed monthly. We added the name of the threat management portal and additional language for clarification to align with the rule. Going to page 9, what was subsection A, we moved to the training section. And then the new number 5, we removed preliminary and added final to align with the updated rule language. I'll stop there to see if there's any questions so far.
Thank you. Yes, we have Member Gallo queued up.
On page 10, under subsection A4, we updated the language. Threat management teams shall utilize the Florida Threat Management Portal to document and manage all reported threats or concerning behaviors and communication to align with the rule language. On page 11, under subsection 1A, we added the rule because there are notification requirements in the manual as well as the rule. Sorry, I'm stopped there. Member Gallo, did I get to your question yet? 11.
On page 10, section 4, unless I missed it, what does FSTMP stand for?
That's the Florida School Safety and Threat Management Portal.
Is that the portal that requires us to like list the name of the student and they're like identifying information?
That is correct. That is where we report all threat management related incidents.
So any threat that is substantiated will go into the portal, or is it just, because I know like on our threat assessments, like some are unsubstantiated, substantiated. I think there's like 3 different levels. Which one, do all of them get reported to the portal, or is it
Yes.
just the ones that are?
Yes.
So even if you find there's no evidence that anything went wrong, we still got to put it in the portal?
And that would be considered unfounded. But it would be in the portal, yes, unfounded.
And do we know how long the state keeps this information?
It's permanent.
So what would happen if something was like unfounded, but they were in the portal and they were trying to get a high clearance in a military job?
It would be unfounded, so if it were to be released and part of that record, it would be considered unfounded. They're cleared of any wrongdoing.
What are is there 3 levels within the threat assessment? 4? Can you tell me what those are again, please?
Low, medium, and high.
And unfounded.
And unfounded.
Yeah.
So technically 4.
So what would, I'm sorry, now I'm going to go off on a tangent. So what would be considered low? Because I would think if it's going in this portal and it's low, then there was something, it wasn't unfounded, something was founded. So can you give me an instance of what would be considered low versus medium versus high in our findings?
So we can start with unfounded. It's defined in the manual, and it's an incident where there's not a sufficient factual basis to support the allegation, or it can be determined that the threat was never made, or what was said was clearly not a threat, or the incident or behavior of concern did not happen or rise to the level of posing a threat or concern of harm to the school community.
I found, thank you. You don't have to read them all, I just found it. So I can look at it. So is there a process in which if it's determined to be a low, medium, or high level of concern, what is the process for a parent to appeal? What rights do the parent and the child have under the system?
They have a right to be notified about that there is a threat assessment that is taking place. They are given the opportunity to answer the school's questions, but currently there is no appeal rights for this process. If there's discipline, then there's appeal rights for the discipline, but under threat management, there is no current appeal rights.
So and I'm going to let John talk in a second. So, or the chair will let him talk. So if there's a low level of concern so maybe we would just say, okay, let's have this person talk to a mental health counselor or a social worker if the parent agrees, just to kind of de-escalate and find out what's going on there. And there's no consequence, no discipline consequence. There's nothing that a parent or a child could do to keep this from going into a portal that will be somewhere forever. That's what you're telling me?
Under threat management, yes.
And we thought, and I know who thought this was a good idea, John.
So, I mean, the language says, I'm going to read from the rule and then I'm going to talk about the due process. So it says, upon availability, each school-based threat management team and district threat management team must also utilize the Florida model for instrument in the Florida School Safety and Threat Management Portal to document and manage all reported threats or concerning behaviors and communications. So all means we have to get everything in the portal, we make our determination, and we figure out high, medium, low, unfounded. But it has to stay in there. And with respect to the due process issues, we actually just had litigation on this. We got a parent who filed a claim with respect to being able to challenge the threat management determination of their child's behavior. And we said there's nothing in Florida state statute that authorizes any challenge to the termination of threat management teams. Unlike, for example, with our expulsions, there is explicit statutory authority to challenge an expulsion and have an administrative hearing for that. With respect to threat management, the legislature did not put anything in there that allowed a student or their parent to challenge the determination of the threat management team. So the legislature hasn't authorized that kind of process to be in place at this point in time.
Thank you, John. Do we, before it gets placed in the portal, because I'm assuming that it's the school that puts it in the portal, right? It's a school.
Yes.
Threat assessment team. Before it's put in the portal, are there any checks and balances from the district threat management team? Or is there, I mean, I get we have like 4 people that's on the threat management team. What if they don't agree? What if it's like 2-2? Or not everybody agrees, then what happens? Does it still go into the portal, or is it discussed and bumped up?
May I? So there's a workflow process in the manual, and the first step in the process, in fact, is putting it in the portal. So and immediately upon the chair of the school-based threat management team becoming aware of a threat or concerning behavior, the first thing they do is open up the form in the portal and begin the process in the portal. And then the team does gather, they're required to gather. If they don't agree, then it does go to the district threat management coordinator for support and assistance in making that decision. But any threat or concerning behavior has to be entered into the portal.
Is that by state law? Is that by statute?
Process, yes.
So the
Yes.
first thing you have to do is open up the portal.
Yes.
It's the Florida Administrative Code rule that requires it. Yeah, but
What did Dr. Vasquez say?
she said, is there recent legislation that would give colleges and universities within the state access to the portal? The answer is yes, there is, as of this legislative session.
And I want to be very clear that I understand the need for the threat assessment portal. Like, we don't want anything to ever happen again like it did at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, like ever. But I have serious concerns about, we're all humans, about humans getting it wrong. And now all of a sudden, this is in a portal for colleges to see. It's on their record forever. Like, I just spoke to a student that we expelled, and we were almost expelled because he was accused by one person. Only one person accused him, and we ran with it. And then he couldn't do dual enrollment for UCF. And then he got delayed acceptance into UF because of the same thing. And so I have serious concerns that what if we get it wrong and there's no due process, even if they don't all agree and it does get bumped up, the portal's already started, so his name or her name's already in the portal, so there's like no due process, or there's no way that even if the district looks at it and says, wait, I think we misjudged this one, or we might have got it wrong, there's no way for us to remove it from the portal. There's nothing we can do. If we get it wrong, it's the child that pays. And that's it. Mr. Pomerini, is that an accurate description of what could happen?
It could, but remember, we have the process that Ms. Zambo just described, which is if there's a need and there's disagreement at the school-based threat management team, then the district threat management team would step in and take a look at it, provide technical assistance. But at the end of the day, if we have determinations made by the school-based team and the district-based team that this was in fact a threat, whatever level it is, high, medium, or low, at this point there is no way for them to challenge it because the state hasn't given a mechanism for them to challenge it.
But we've already started the port, like the kid's name's already in the portal. Would we, if it got bumped up to the district and the district said, you know what, this really isn't, this is unfounded, it's not low, it's really going to be unfounded, do we have the ability to go back into the portal and change it to low or unfounded?
Yes, that is correct. The district
we do have the ability to change it.
Yes, the district threat management team can make that decision and change it from low to unfounded, high to medium, yes.
Okay. All right, there's nothing I can do about it, so I'll let it go for now.
Thank you. And I queued in next. I hear what you're saying, and I almost feel like, because I was trying to think, okay, what could we do legislatively about this? It almost seems like even the lows I can understand, because we often hear about these cases where for years, these slightly threatening behaviors went unnoticed and untracked and then led to something bad, right? So I understand the reasoning for like low, medium, and high. My concern is like the unfounded, because you get, and I hear what you're saying. I mean, like, especially I often think about Title IX accusations and what has to happen with those. And, those are never out of your record. And that can be one person making an accusation, and with good reason. I mean, I understand the reasoning behind it all, and I understand the reasoning behind this, but I almost feel like maybe we could talk about this more and think about this more legislatively. Maybe there's a way that if it's unfounded, that it's not in the record. Because that's the thing that concerns me. If it's unfounded and they're either they didn't have any evidence that it happened, or it was, or they find out that it was inaccurate or whatever, then you're right. I mean, that is in this portal now with this child's name forever. So maybe that's something we could talk to legislators about coming up and maybe make that change. Because I agree with you, but I definitely think I understand the reasoning behind keeping the low, medium, and high in there. Member Douglas.
Yeah, I just concur with what you just said. I think it's just a question of perception. Having your name on that portal, sometimes people don't pay attention. Just the fact that they see your name can be detrimental to somebody, to a student, So I'm just wondering if there's a way we can, just like Member Bird said, we can remove, if it's unfounded, not have unfounded, just remove the name. There's nothing there.
If I may add some clarification. So as of right now, the legislation that is out there states that if a student is enrolled in a university, then they have to request the records from the district, and the district will provide those records. There is chatter that's saying that universities will have access to the portal, but that is not currently anywhere in writing or legislation. So I just want to clarify the access to the portal, we have zero information on that currently.
Thank you for that clarification. Member Douglas, do you have anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Member Gallo, I have you in here again.
I queued back in to wait for later in the document.
Okay. Got it. Okay, keep going.
On page 13, subsection C1, we added the Florida Department of Education approved risk assessment to align with Rule 6A-4.0010, Youth Suicide Awareness and Prevention. At the bottom of page 14, under subsection G1 and 2, we added mobile response teams and emergency personnel to those who have the ability to transport per state statute. This was added to align with section 394.462 Florida statutes and to explicitly prohibit school personnel from transporting students, staff, or members of the community to a receiving facility for involuntary examination. Under subsection G1, we also added the language, district police personnel that provide school resource officer services are authorized to transport students and staff from their schools to a receiving facility for further evaluation. All other OCPS personnel do not have the authority to transport students, staff, or members of the community to a receiving facility for further evaluation. This was added for clarity as district police serves as SROs for some of our schools and can transport from those schools that they provide support for. And that concludes the substantive changes we have for JICK.
Okay, Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 14, or actually, let's go to page 13. On number C, the suicide risk assessment for students. Can anybody administer the risk assessment, the suicide risk assessment, or does it have to be administered by someone with training or someone who's certified or licensed?
That has to be administered by somebody that is licensed.
Because it's not, did I miss? It doesn't say in there, does it? It's suicide by OCPS mental health designee and engaging mobile response teams and law enforcement training and crisis intervention. So all of our mental health designees are certified.
So I believe Sarah Kopesky's come up because she was the one.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Mrs. Kopesky?
Good afternoon. I apologize. I'm trying to pull up the Florida Administrative Code rule, but there is a rule that only allows 4 people to administer the assessment, and we have to use the Florida Department of Education assessment. As soon as I get the rule up, I will let you know who those 4 people are, but we have been training our staff and our team that only those 4 people can administer the assessment.
Okay. So it is somebody with knowledge of the assessment and understands
Yes.
how to okay.
Absolutely. And I'll
Awesome.
get you those 4 people as soon as I can get the rule up.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 14, on law enforcement training, I know it's required by law, but are all of our officers CIT trained?
We are, including myself.
Awesome. Do you have to go through retraining, or is it just a one and done?
It's a one and done, but we're involved with the program down at Valencia and stay engaged on a regular basis with it. So looking forward to some retraining on it. So a refresher would be great.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And then on number G1, the mobile response teams, I understand that there's only a few people that can transport the child to a facility if they are Baker Act. We did, at one time, if memory serves me correctly, I thought we had in policy or in somewhere that, and Mary Bridges isn't here, is she? That someone from, especially if it's a younger child, that someone from the school could follow them if they needed.
I
It is?
believe it's on the next page.
Okay. Then that answers that question, and I'm all done. Thank you. Oh, does Sarah have that?
I do. I had the 4 people. It has to be the school counselor, the social worker, mental health, licensed mental health counselor, or the school psychologist. So it is people that are
Awesome.
certified or licensed in the area of mental health.
That makes me so happy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Gallo asked most of my questions relating to C1, so thank you, as usual. Because the question I was going to ask is, what is suspected mean? But I guess the answer would probably be these are professionals trained, and so they can make that determination, right? So I'm asking if an immediate mental health or substance abuse crisis is suspected, and the answer would probably be these are trained people, so they can determine whether it is suspected or not. And the reason that I'm asking this question is because I have had student town halls where students have reported talking to either their SAFE coordinator or someone in the school and like making a comment and then it being sort of overblown and then feeling like the people that they're supposed to confide in like aren't safe. So that's my question with respect to that. But my other question is, if this is determined that there is a suicide risk what is the follow-up within OCPS?
Sorry. So the first question you asked has to do with risks, like a suicide risk. Like, how do we know if they're serious? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, how do we know if they're serious or they just need attention and they need time and they need someone to talk to? And sometimes you just want to confide in someone, and then when all of a sudden the response is you have this whole team come at you, they sort of shut down. This is what they've shared in town halls. So that's sort of my first question.
So the Florida Department of Education has given us a suicide risk assessment that we utilize. It has specific questions on there that one of our mental health personnel will ask the student, and depending on those questions, that's when it gets escalated to the next level. So they'll determine at that point whether the student has any intent of carrying it out, or if there's any concern for the student's safety, or if it's something that was just said off the cuff.
Okay. And then if it is determined that there is a risk, what is the follow-up?
Sure. So they do the risk assessment, and then they would contact the parent. Obviously, they do contact the parent at the beginning. All throughout the process, we have parent contact riddled throughout it. But they will speak with the parent. They try to get consent for 211, which is the mobile crisis unit. 211 will sometimes come out in person. Sometimes they speak to the student over the phone. It just depends on the emergency situation. If mobile crisis can't come out, then it's deferred to the SRO, who can then evaluate the student and determine if they need to be placed under a Baker Act or transported for an involuntary evaluation. Again, all of this is communicated with the parent the entire time. If the student is transported for an involuntary examination, we do have a student support meeting when the student returns to determine what supports the school can implement to make sure the student feels safe while they are there, or they know who to go to if they need additional support. So we do have a pretty involved process that does involve the parent throughout the entire time. And then we want to make sure that when they come back that we are providing those services and supports to them to make sure they feel comfortable while they're at school.
Okay, thank you. And if they're not Baker Acted, then what's the follow-up protocol?
So same thing. It may depend on if it was something that they meant harm to themselves, if they're going to carry it out, if there's any belief of intent of them carrying it out. They may also still have that the support plan or the support management meeting to determine what the student needs. They could implement some sort of mental health supports, things like that, depending on what the plan says. It's really individualized, so it just really depends on what the student said and then their intent behind what they said.
Okay, but it is tracked and there is follow-up. I have heard some concerns about that, but we are tracking and following up where necessary. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, good questions. Anything else from the board on this policy?
Just need consensus to move it forward.
I think we've got consensus to move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. Now, the next policy that we had on the agenda was policy IJNDC, appropriate use of electronic resources, but we have decided to pull that one from today's work session because we have a 4:30 scheduled rule development that we have to start at 4:30, and we think we'll need more time than 30 minutes. So this shall conclude our work session. Thank you. We'll be back at 4:30 for the rule development.